Also, I forgot to set low latency, so I have no idea how slow the latency is. Like, I'm gonna assume that, okay, it's not that bad. Anyways, hello! How you doing, Hailstone? How you doing, Kagrill? Please don't eat me, frack! Anyways, hello, everybody. Hello. I know yesterday was a bit weird. However, today I decided, you know what? I want to start a little bit early because I got an addiction to fuel. I'm looking forward to having some fun today. So I figured, why not start a little early? Why not have some fun? Do some deck building, especially with the new starter decks that came out. Oh, you motherfucker. Really? Motherfucker! Anyways, not only that, but they also come with cards that you don't even see. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. They also come with a card pack that doesn't even come out until next month in English. So it's gonna be really cool to open up those packs. We're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing some deck building with one of my favorite decks in One Piece in general, because I'm looking forward to that shit. Jesus Christ. Anyways, you got Thinker, I haven't been here. This is my new model. It's just a little bit lower because I have to sit back further just so I can actually do this stuff. So we're not only gonna be watching some YouTube videos, doing some deck building, opening up packs. It might need a cooldown because I have like a 5-minute cooldown on the command. But not only that, we're gonna be going over some stuff, so it's gonna be really cool, I think. So I'm gonna just get right into it by switching on over here so you guys get to see a very interesting thing, because the pack in question that we're getting to have our hands on today is a pack called the PRB01 card pack, right? Now, this pack is so interesting in particular because it has a bunch of reprints of cards that are absolute staples in the game. And when I say staples, like, they are cards that usually get used in every single deck that uses that color. And while right here they show off only the alt arts, they do have regular versions. I was a little bit naughty and I opened up 2 of the 6 packs that I got my hands on. So it's gonna be really interesting to see if we pull any alt arts. And here's the thing. This is the one card that I am actually excited for because it is a leader exclusive to these packs. So if I can get my hands on him, it's gonna be amazing. They also have some promo cards that get reprinted, like this Luffy right here, as well as this Nami. And also, by the way, if we have time, you know, we might have a random test to join us to do some card game stuff later on. Also, take care, like, it was a pleasure seeing you here. But it's gonna be really cool to see what we pull. And there is one card that if I pull it, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Because it's normally anywhere for like $30 to $60. And I know for a damn fact that if I pull it, Tessa's going to scream her head off. And I mean, seriously scream her head off. And it's this card right here, because it's a card that is a staple in every single yellow deck of One Piece, for the most part, as far as I know. And it's this Charlotte Katakuri because of what he does. But yeah, that's Sanji. He's a new leader. He definitely looks really interesting, so I'm hoping to pull him. But now you guys have seen that, it's time for us to go and get into this stuff. So, without further ado, let me back up. And we have ourselves 3 starter decks to work with today. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And if you're wondering why there's why there's a second copy of each of these starter decks, it's because the starter decks have staple cards for these decks that requires you to have a play set of them. And so as a result, that's why you see 2 of each of them. Now, granted, this yellow one here is Tessa's. I'm not gonna be bothering going and trying to explain that deck. However, I am going to open up the pack because she gave me permission to do so ahead of time because stream content. However, I will pull it out. There is all of these leaders that you do see have been leaders that came out at one point or another. And so these leaders are basically reprints, but making it easier to get your hands on some harder cards to get your hands on. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting time. And right here, as you can see, here is the pack in question that doesn't come out until next month. Each of these starter decks, they cost anywhere from about $12 to about $20. I had these on pre-order the second they were announced, simply because of the fact that I was super hyped for these. Now, you can see I already went through one of these decks, and that was the Whitebeard. I fucking love him, and honestly, this is probably one of my favorite leaders, so seeing him get reprinted is really fucking cool. I will say, however, yeah, it is pretty cheap. Now that I will say, I'm not going to go over the decks quite yet until we have opened up the packs, because that is what's got me the most interested right now, is to go open up these packs. Then once we've opened them up, then I will actually go and go over the decks, explain it. Yes, the One Piece is real. I'll explain how these decks work, what their primary gimmick is, and how we're gonna build them. Because that's right, we're not building just one deck, we're building 2 decks, and I made sure to get sleeves today, specifically so we could build these decks, especially considering the fact that one of them is Grandpa. That's right, freaking Granddaddy over here, who looks fucking sexy with this new artwork that they gave him. If it'll actually, you know, focus. It might focus. Maybe? There we go. Very sexy artwork. Love the foiling that they did on it, too. So I am very excited. What's up? First time catching my stream? Ah, doing good, Dalton. Just about to sit here and open up some packs. And I'm actually going to move the camera a little bit over this way. And thankfully, these packs are pretty loose. So we don't have to worry about, like, breaking them or anything. Now, the 2 packs I did open, admittedly. I will say, I was naughty. It had one of these really cool Dawn cards. Actually, they each seem to have them. But then some of the reprints, if you don't get the Altard, do have a really cool straw hat foiling on them. It's kind of hard to see on the camera, but you can kind of see it there. But it's really fucking cool. But then on top of that, we not only pulled a $15 Kuzan that's a staple for Navy decks, we also got this really cool Dawn card. The thing is, these cards don't have any value yet, simply because of the fact that these packs aren't out, so there's no way to price them. But what that means is we're going to see some really interesting stuff. So first off, we got Kingdom of Germa, which is for the Vinsmoke stuff, doesn't really do much. Capone Gang Beige might be useful for some of them, but probably not. Airdor, no one's really going to use that. Neko Mamushi, not really. Wiper, nah. Judgment of Hell for Impel Down. No one really plays an Impel Down deck, but it is interesting. Oh, we got a Sakazuki here, which looks fucking sexy. Sadly not worth a whole lot, but he might be useful for a Navy deck. We got Thunderbolt. We got a shiny Thunderbolt, which looks really nice. Ooh, We got ourselves a Khalifa. Not that it, not altard or anything, but it looks really nice. Has that new foiling on it. And then we got ourselves another Dawn card. So far, you know, not necessarily anything too special, but these packs are gonna at least have something decent in them. Something that everyone can use. And I'm actually really happy that when they did, oh, holy shit, okay. Right off the bat, we got a purple staple right here with the queen. And this queen normally used to, back before these reprints, was going for about $15, $20. Now it's like down to like 10. But it's because he's a blocker and he draws 2 cards, which makes him super, super useful. Sewer is always a nice card to see, so we'll put her to the side. Baby 5's nice if you're using her for something. Ooh, now that's nice. That's a yellow staple, this Yumiko, because she adds life back, so that's really nice to see. Got ourselves a film navy card that no one really uses, but it looks nice. Got a shiny Kingdom of Germa, which is cool. And then we got ourselves another Dawn card. Honestly, so far, like, you know, we've actually seen some decent stuff in these packs, so who knows what we might pull out of them. I don't know what the pull rates are, but so far it's looking really cool. Okay, we got a guard point, which can be useful. Raise you, don't care. Air door, don't care. Double finger, don't care. Cindy, don't care. Izo's always nice. A Hiyori's always a nice staple. Ha! Ha! Hang on. We just got ourselves an altart. Let me get this in a sleeve real quick. For almost every single blue deck, this is usually a staple, and we got an altart right here of Sanji's Pilaf. It's a simple, you pay 3 Dawn, and you draw 3 cards, and it has a trigger to activate on main. So that's really cool. Now here's the real question. Will we get another hit? I don't know. I'm hoping we do. I am hoping that we get something really interesting by the end of this. Like, if we get another altart, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind. Got another judgment. That's okay. We got a boa. We got, oh god, we got another freaking altart. We got another altart, chat. Okay. Hang on. While not the most useful card, it still is a staple in blue decks. We got this ulti. She's a 4-drop that rearranges the top 3 cards of the deck and grabs one of them. God, so we got 2 hits out of these packs here. Then we got a Vinsmoke Yonji, which no one cares about. We got another Dawn card. So in total, honestly, given what we've pulled, there's actually a decent chunk of cards in these decks that are actually going to be very useful. And so as a result, when it comes down to building these decks, especially when we get to Smoker, it is going to be extremely useful, and having these fancy Dawn makes me really fucking happy. It may only be, you know, 5 Dawn, but, you know, hey, we can mix it together. Hi, Floof, how you doing, hon? But so far, we actually, oh wait, we got 6 Dawn, my bad. So we got ourselves 6 Dawn cards, we got ourselves 2 altart pulls. We are doing good, and also I forgot to turn on the music, so give me a second here. There we go. All right, so chat, let me ask you a question, chat. Do we work on Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, or do we work on Smoker of the Navy? Who do we work on first, chat? Because we have Two different decks. Hi, Yozora. How you doing, hon? So do we work on Granddaddy, or do we work on our guy that literally is a incarnation of smoke? Because, chat, you guys are going to determine which one we go on to first. I know which one. I'm excited for both of these and to build both of them. You got to work on Whitebeard. You know what? All right. Does anyone else have any other comments? Should I do a poll for this? Okay, I see one for Smoker, one for Whitebeard. I feel like I should do a poll to make this easier on you guys. And you know what? We're gonna do a poll real quick. Hang on, we're doing a poll. If I can type it. All right. Oh, that's right. I can't use that. Hang on. All right, chat. The poll is live. So, chat, all you gotta do is vote on that lovely poll, and we're gonna see who we're gonna be working on first. I look forward to the results. Also, I hope you guys like the One Piece themed music in the background. It's a lo-fi channel. In fact, chat, if you want to know what I'm listening to specifically, I'm going to put it in chat for you real quick. There you go, so you guys can see where I'm listening to things. And right now it is 50-50. Holy shit, chat. You can't be 50-50. 6 votes at a tie. I know, right? We need 1 vote. 1 vote to freaking break the tie, chat. We need just 1 vote. The question is, who's gonna be that 1 vote? Who's gonna vote and fix this? Come on, chat! We can't leave it at 50-50. Okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Okay. We are at 8 votes. We got Whitebeard at 8. Whitebeard is currently taking the lead right now. So it looks like we're gonna be working on Whitebeard first. All right. Let's do this. So I do have cards that I need to pull out for Whitebeard, but first, we're gonna go over what exactly this behemoth of a sexy grandpa is even about, okay, chat? So, first off, his leader ability is a very unique leader ability, all right? Gotta get him into the frame so that it actually focuses. Maybe it'll focus. Eventually it'll focus. There we go. So, here's a car leader with 6,000 power, starts with 6 life, and at the end of your turn, you add up to 1 of your life cards to your hand. So he's a bit of a glass cannon, but he is so ungodly strong that it creates a lot of interesting pressure because your opponent has to dedicate resources to actually taking out Whitebeard. And so as a result, he becomes an actual nightmare to deal with. Do I have a favorite character in One Piece? Honestly, for me in One Piece, I do. I have to just say, I have her altart. I have her altart just because I like the way she looks, honestly. And even though we don't get much screen time with her, she is honestly a treat every time. Let me, where is she? Man. She's, part of the Revolutionary Army. She's got... What? What was that? Anyways, no. She's part of the Revolutionary Army. She, I forget her name, but, she's got, like, a red outfit and skirt. Like, it'd probably be one of the only times you could get me to cosplay with the skirt. Because she is really cute, actually. I can't remember her name. And also, Karn's doing it to himself. He's a grown-ass adult. He can handle himself, okay? He can handle himself. He, if he gives himself food poisoning, that's on him, not me. Anyways. Yeah, I can't remember her name. I think, Dalton, if you know who I'm talking about, you do. But if you don't, oops. Now, granted, we only need one leader, so we're not going to worry too much about the other Whitebeard. Now, the first card that you only get 2 of in a starter deck and why you need to pick up. Does she team up with Sabo? Hang on. Give me a second. Let me just take my headphones off. Koala! Her. I have her altart and it looks really nice. But yeah, Koala. I fucking love her to pieces. I love her design. I love her, all of that. Anyways, so the first card I'm gonna be showing off today from this starter deck is that you get 2 of that you probably want to have a playset of is this new Whitebeard that comes in the starter deck. And so what this Whitebeard does, if it focuses, it might focus. I'm about to start using manual focus if I have to. There we go. Is on play, give up to one of your rested on your leader characters. Activate main, you can rest him to KO an opponent's character with 5,000 power or less. He's a 7-drop, 8-cost character. And you're going to want to have a playset of him, potentially, because of what he does for the Whitebeard deck. But then, not only that, the other card that you only get 2 of is this new Portugas Death. The Portugas D Ace. He is a 5-drop 6K. And what makes him so unique and why he's necessary, if your leader has the Whitebeard's Pirates type, he gains rush, so he's a rusher, then once per turn. If this character would be removed from your field by an opponent's card effect, you can instead give him minus 2k. So he can become a 4k during your opponent's turn to keep him on the field. And so as a result, he is absolutely a must-have as a 4 for these decks. That is why, like, you know, why getting 2 of these starter decks. So if you get 2 of these starter decks, you're gonna be really well off by having a lot of stuff in these decks that are basically reprints that make these decks run like they're competitive, because they do get all of their pieces basically in these starter decks that normally you would have to look for. Now there are some pieces, there are some cards that you still do have to get, and I'll show those off once we're done going through this Whitebeard deck list. So, the next card, and you do get a playset of this in the starter deck, is Atmos. Now, Atmos is going to be a key element to these decks, where he literally says, hang on, when attacking, if your leader is Newgate, you cannot add life to your hand by your own effects during this turn. And so he basically prevents you from taking damage and keeping your life prolonged. That is what Atmos does. That makes Atmos a very useful card for Newgate, because you need to be able to keep your life up as long as possible, because you will run low on life over time. Now then, next up in this list, on this deck list, is you're gonna have a blocker, and this is going to be King Do. Now, personally, I probably wouldn't run him, but he is a blocker that can easily be removed by different effects, especially with black. On your opponent's turn, when this character is KO'd by an effect, if your leader can gain 2,000 power for the turn. Now, the reason why King Do is not a good card is because of the fact that it has to be KO'd by an effect, and an opponent's not going to want to do that. And so as a result, trying to keep your leader alive with that is not going to go over as well as you would like, unfortunately. Now, the next card that you do get, I believe, 4 copies of in this starter deck, oh no, you only get 2 of them, is going to be Thatch. Now, Thatch is a 2K counter. When it focuses. That's on-play effect is if your leader is Whitebeard, give up to one of your opponent's cards minus 2,000 power during this turn. Then you add a card from your life to your hand. So he's not really a great attacker, but he does have some potential, so he's a consideration for the deck. Next up is going to be a card that's almost an absolute must, and they do give you a playset of it, and that's Jozu. Now, Jozu's also another 2K counter that also is he has 4,000, he's a 4-drop with 4,000 power. However, his ability is really nice. When it focuses. 1 Dawn. If you have 2 or less life cards and your leader type includes Whitebeard Pirates, this character gains Rush. So basically, Jozu comes in, he's a 2K counter, and in late game, he could be a nice way of having pressure and giving Rush to yourself, which really makes your life a hell of a lot easier. Now, next up is another staple, and it's going to be Marco. And just like his Devil Fruit Power of the Phoenix, he is a 4-drop 5K, a blocker, but his ability is also very interesting. On KO, you may trash a card with a type including Whitebeard Pirates when from your hand, and if you have 2 or less life cards, play this card from your trash rested. So basically, Marco comes out on the field and says, "Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna come back onto the field and you're gonna like it." And so he's a very difficult card to get rid of, and so he is absolutely necessary to keep in your deck. because he will get you to places you want to be in. Now then, next up is not a card I would run, but I can see his potential. It's Rakuyo. Now, Rakuyo, when he has a Dawn attached to him, on your turn, all of your Whitebeard characters gain 1,000 power. Now, I wouldn't run him because he's easy to remove, and you're not going to really want to attack with him, but that 1,000 power could potentially have some use. But with how tight the space is in a deck like this, you're going to want to consider other options. And the same thing could be said about this event right here. You may be a fool, but I still love you. Now, the reason why is while its trigger is good where your leader gets 1,000 power for the turn, the problem is if you have 3 or less life cards, you cannot add life to your hand with effects during the turn. Now, granted, that's not a terrible thing, but realistically speaking, if you had to, I would say at most, maybe only run like 2 of it, just because of how it is. It's very, very limited. Like, if you have to, you're not gonna be having a good time. Now, this card, on the other hand, is an absolute must-have that you need 4 of, Izo. Because Izo is your Whitebeard Searcher. On play, look at 5 cards to the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 card with the type Whitebeard Pirates, other than Izo, add it to your hand, place the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. Izo is an absolute must. And then as far as the rest of the cards go, none of the cards that are in the rest of the starter deck are of any kind of remote use. And so as a result, if you go and pick up one of these starter decks, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna be like, wait, how many cards did we just get? And if we pull out just the playset of cards, right? You're gonna notice that, hang on, wait for it. There is a grand total of 7 piles of 4. So you're gonna have 7 times 4, that's 28, plus these 2 over here. Your deck only has 30 cards out of the prerequisite 50 required for you to have a complete deck. And so this is where it's gonna be a little bit interesting, and you have to consider what's gonna go into this deck to make this deck actually functional, to make this deck actually something you want to use, right? Oh, motherfucker, hang on. There we go. And so, with those missing 20 cards, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to pull from other sets. Now, I have some cards set aside for this exact reason. So, first off, on the block of cards that you would possibly consider are gonna be stuff like Luffy, Nico Robin, and I'm gonna explain why in a second when I pull them out. You're gonna also possibly consider Otama, because Otama is such a fucking great card. And again, I will explain in just a second. Let me just see if there is any other cards here before I go a little bit too far. So next, because I have more cards stashed in other places. Specifically for this reason. Because trust me, there's a lot of Whitebeard stuff. And not all of it is, easy to come by, unfortunately. I would know. I've been collecting for a while on this. So hang on. I don't want those. Don't care. That's a heavy contender right there called Seaquake. There's this other ace that would possibly get put in. Don't worry, chat. I got more cards coming. Just you wait. Because I am fully stocked and ready for this shit. Oh, there's the last Otama. I was wondering where that Otama went. Because this deck has the potential to be really, really nasty. And you're going to see why once it's done. Yeah, I'm like hyping this fucking shit up because Whitebeard is absolutely one of my all-time favorite leaders. God damn it, I have to like go looking. Oh, hey, there's the Altar Koala. I was wondering where she was at. Hang on. Damn, I only think I have one of that Marco, and that one's another thing to consider for the deck. Damn. Alright, come on, where am I missing other cards? Because I know I got a bunch of them that could be very useful. That is another consideration right there, yep. Alright, we got another consideration. Okay. Got that, and then I need to grab one last card. One very particular card I've been letting Tessa use. It's another granddaddy, I'll tell you that. It's another granddaddy, and it's a fucking great granddaddy at that, too. And there's those as well. All right. Hi. Oh, you made me a burrito. Well, thank you. By the way, we pulled 2 Altards.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's easy. Well, you showed them the Kuzan, right? Oh, that's Auntie! Oh, shit.
Yeah,
nice.
the Sanji's peel-off. Not Garp. Unfortunately, not Garp.
Chat, I'm shaking my ass. I'm very happy. Tail wag, tail wag.
That's right, Tess is in here real quick. I like how you've brought me food. Thank you.
It's lunchtime.
Are you going to want to join for some playtesting later if you have time? I said if you have time. Later?
If I have time, may have. I'm not counting.
Fair. Alright, chat. Tessa may have time, she may not have time. Who knows?
Love you, chat.
Tessa says she loves you. Now then, chat, there's a couple of cards for consideration in this deck. One of which is Makino. She's a 2k counter, 1 cost, so she's very cheap. And so what she does, when it focuses, is you can rest her to give a red character with a cost of 1, giving him 3,000 power. which does actually give these things a little bit more power, which is very interesting if you're trying to like go down the KO route. You also have Otama, who's another 2K counter, and her skill here is going to be, when it focuses, give one of your opponent's characters minus 2,000 power during this turn. Again, very nice card. Then you got Nico Robin, whose whole thing is KO an opponent's character with 1,000 power or less, making her, again, another KOer. Oh. You have this Luffy that comes in at a cost of 5 that has rush, and when attacking, your opponent cannot activate blockers during this battle. So that already makes him really strong and really good. Then we have a harder to get card. Hi, Samurai, how you doing, hon? But then we have the 9-drop Granddaddy. That's right. This Whitebeard right here is a staple in a lot of red decks for its one reason. On play, up to one of your leaders gains 2,000 power until the start of your next turn. Then you cannot add life cards to your hand using your own effects during this turn. He is a mandatory 4-of in this deck because of what he does. He literally makes your actual leader us 8K, making him that much harder to hit. Now then, other considerations as well for this deck. You have this Sanji right here that's a 2K. His whole thing is once per turn on main, you can take a card from your life. If you do, you can then add 2 of your Rested Dawn onto him, and he gets 2K power, making him a 7,000K attacker, which makes him effectively a very interesting card to consider. Then you got Radical Beam. We'd get Rayleigh, but he's $20 a pop. Yeah, Rayleigh would be amazing for this deck, actually. We got Radical Beam, which is an amazing counter that when you're at 2 or less life, this thing gets you 4,000 power. Basically. It's a 2K otherwise, but 4,000 power, which is crazy. Then you have this other ace that was ran right here. He sits here, and his whole thing, he's a much more expensive one, 7-drop. On play. Hang on. Give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 3,000 power during this turn. Then, or yeah, you give up to 2 of them minus 3,000 power. Then, if your leader's the Whitebeard Pirates, he gains Rush, which makes him a strong contender for this stuff as well, given the fact that of what he does. Then, on top of that, that's right, there's more, chat. Our next thing to consider is Seaquake. Because Seaquake is a 1-drop main card with really pretty art. If it focuses. Which says if your leader on play main, or it's a main, if your leader's the Whitebeard Pirates, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with 3,000 power or less. And its trigger is give up to one of your opponent's leader character cards minus 3,000 power for this turn. Making it a very interesting way to prevent your opponent from doing things. You then also have a card I picked up as an interesting tech because he's relatively cheap. And he's a Whitebeard pirate, and that's Marshall D. Teach. That's right, Blackbeard. And his whole skill here is an activate. When attacking, you may, if it focuses, you may trash one of your red characters with 4,000 power or more, draw a card, then this character gains 1,000 power, making him a 7K attacker early on, making him kind of a threat And then the last card you could consider, I only have the one copy of, is this Marco right here. He's a bit on the more expensive side. But he is basically, your turn and on play, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with 3,000 power. And then on KO, you may trash an event card from your hand to play him from the trash rested. Now, we're not playing a lot of events, so there's not really much of a reason to play him. So I would not consider him for this deck. Now then, if I were to go and consider things, considering where we're at right now, if I were just looking at this, technically speaking, just looking at this row right here, these 4x4, that means that there is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, there's 12. 12 times 4 means that's 44 cards in consideration right now. Now, if I were to sit here and say anything that is not necessary for the deck, admittedly, I would get rid of Atmos because this deck is not trying to prolong its life, it's trying to bum rush the opponent. So that immediately puts us down to 40 cards, giving us room for Radical Beam. Then on top of that, we're gonna probably want Sanji, because Sanji just does a really good job at protecting you. And then we're probably gonna want these two aces right here, because you're gonna want to be able to bum rush your opponent either way. Just like Golems, yeah. And that would technically make 50. However, considering the way this is, I would say that this Thatch could also be taken away almost, but I want to keep him in. But I want to say this Nico Robin can go away because she's not going to be useful enough for what we're doing, which brings us back to 46. And being at 46, that does give us the option to put Seaquake in, which is definitely going to help us out a lot, which pushes us back up to 50. And then if we wanted anything else, it's a bit of a tight squeeze at the moment. Given the fact that right now we got 44 here, plus the Sanji makes 48, plus those other aces making, you know, us be at our 50 requirement. And we got 1, 2, 3 different types of 2Ks, which makes 12 2Ks, plus the Jozu, that's 16, plus Sanji, that makes 22 Ks. We have guard for days in this deck. So we can be a little reckless if we want to. And it's honestly not the end of the world. And so, honestly, at that point, we've basically got ourselves a relatively complete deck here. So now, with that being said, all we have to do is shuffle, put this deck into a sleeve, and then we will be ready to do a quick play test and see how the Whitebeard deck plays with these new updates due to the way the meta has shifted, because he is surprisingly having some relevancy in the One Piece meta at the moment, simply because of how much of an obnoxious wall he is to get over. Because every resource, every Dawn that the opponent effectively has to dedicate to their attackers to attack you with is a Dawn they can't use to play stuff on the field, meaning that your Whitebeard is going to be a lot safer. Even if he's the only thing attacking, like, sure, there are still bad matchups, admittedly, but the idea here is that Whitebeard is so strong that even when he came out, he had a stage. He had a fucking stage, right, chat? Yeah, it is a decent deck. Yes, I have seen his abs, but here's the thing. Whitebeard had a stage that literally said on your turn, all of your Whitebeard pirates get 2,000 power. And to this day, it has not been unbanned. That's right, Whitebeard has a stage that makes his deck overpowered as fuck. And so as a result, there's a reason why this man is not allowed to have the power he rightly deserves. He is a monster in the fucking anime and manga. He is a monster in the card game. And thankfully, thanks to Red Purple Law being banned recently, he has actually got some potential in the meta to actually be played. And so as a result, even if this is not like maybe the most optimal deck according to like people who go to like regionals and all that, I'm of the firm belief that a lot of times people don't actually do that much deck crafting. And so as a result, you miss out on a lot of interesting potential decks that could actually make it to regionals and be very competitively viable. And with Whitebeard here, the whole thing is that he is very much I'm going to be a beat stick and there is nothing you can do about it. Because again, for the most part, every single leader except for a select few are going to always be at 5,000 power. Most of you things that the opponent could do to give you issues, they can't because most attackers are gonna be at 5,000. And if you're a deck that tries to rush things out, like some other decks where you have a bunch of 4,000s, you're not gonna be able to do much just because Whitebeard is sitting there and he is saying, fuck you, bro. I'm here to steal your women, and I rightly deserve to do so. No, it's not. Here's the thing. Whitebeard has been around since OP02, since the second set. It's just that with OP08, and now with OP09 coming out soon, they decided to re-release some leaders with some new cards in them to like try and breathe life back into these decks. Because the thing is, they did release another Whitebeard pirate recently in OP08 with Red Blue Marco, but he really doesn't stand a chance, really. Because unfortunately, Marco he's kind of a glass cannon and doesn't really know what he wants to do. And so as a result, he kind of falls into obscurity. Because Whitebeard, Newgate is just the better version. Sure, there is another Whitebeard pirate, which is Ace, as a leader, but Ace is, again, kind of a shit tier leader. Because unless you have the ability to dump a bunch of events from your hand, because that's his whole ability, you're better off with Whitebeard as a leader just because of what he does as a character. He is straight up, in almost every sense of the word, just a better leader for this card game. And I am honestly happy to see Whitebeard getting some more love lately, because he absolutely, without a doubt, deserves love. Now, granted, I will say a lot of the cards I am putting in are cards from older sets, which are admittedly somewhat difficult to get your hands on, but it's not like end of the world type of deal, because at least, you know, they're fairly cheap. But, you know, it can be a bit of a pain to actually, you know, Tessa has really awkward timing with food. Now then, it's time for us to do a quick playtest with this Whitebeard deck. And because of this Whitebeard deck, it's going to probably, he can actually honestly handle himself at about, you know, whether he goes first or second really doesn't matter, Because he's just that good. That's the thing. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, we got our 10 Dawn. So we're gonna do a quick play test to see how this deck holds itself when actually being played for the first time with these new updates. Granted, it's not as much of an update as you would think, but it's still kind of surprising. So we're gonna do our, first up, we're gonna do our 30 shuffle. All right, we've done our shuffle. Then we're gonna cut the deck. And we are gonna do our draw 5 first. And we're gonna pretend like we won the dice roll. And starting out, not a terrible hand, not a great hand, but we're gonna run with it. So, Whitebeard here, like I was saying, starts out with a whopping 6 life. But it does come at a cost. And that cost is that you do, unfortunately, have to sit here and play, you know, kind of conservatively, but kind of aggressively. So right now, our first turn, we can't do anything because we don't have anything to play. So I'm just going to take a life and... Oh, shit. Don't you just love it when you get new cards and everything and the sleeves and... The sleeves just kind of explode everywhere. Because that's just what happened. So we are going to turn that over there real quick so you can't see my face. Because whenever you shuffle decks for the first time, it is admittedly a bit of a pain. Because you are sitting there and you're having to deal with the fact that these cards... You have to get all of the air out, and it's always such a pain. Especially when you're, like, you know, playtesting on a TV tray. Hang on. And then as a token of good faith, I'm just going to shuffle them and then put them back on top. Now then, with that being said, let's get that back into position. And there we go. So, because of Newgate's effect, he is going to take a life every single turn from himself, which is a bit scary. But thankfully, we have ways around this, or at least in theory, we should, assuming we can survive that long. So, now, we're gonna go to our second turn. We got ourselves 3 Dawn. And so, our first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna pay a Dawn to play down Izo. Izo's gonna look at the top 5 cards of the deck. And we're gonna go and grab whatever Whitebeard we can. Or... whatever Whitebeard pirate we can. And honestly, in this particular case, I'm gonna go for the Marco because I want to make sure I have blockers on the field. It's not that messy, Fluve. Then I'm also gonna pay 2 Dawn to get this Sanji out so that next turn when I want to attack with Sanji, he's gonna get really beefy. Then we're gonna just start off by attacking with Whitebeard, end our turn, and we're gonna get a card into our hand, which is a Radical Beam, because it came from our life. So as you can see, our hand already starts to get pretty beefy. So now what's gonna happen is we're gonna go to the opponent's turn, and assuming they have the ability to damage us, I'm gonna take 1 damage, which is a Sanji, and we're just gonna go to my next turn, because again, we have 6,000. And so the opponent has very little that they can actually do to actually hit us. And so our next thing that I'm gonna do is I am gonna sit here and I am gonna go and do a bit of a complicated play. So first off, we're gonna pay with our 4 Dawn. We're gonna pay 4 Dawn to get Jozu out. Then we're gonna use Sanji's skill, which is going to get us a card from our life. Then we're gonna take 2 of our rested Dawn, attach it to him. Then he's gonna also get 2,000 power, so he's a 7,000k attacker. Then we're gonna take 1 Dawn and attach it to Jozu. He now has Rush. So now Sanji attacks for 7,000, 5,000 from Jozu, 6,000 from Whitebeard. End of our turn, we're gonna take another card and add it to our hand from our life. Now, at this point, if they do try to attack us, we could just drop a 2k here, or 1k here, and maybe another 2k, and then it's back onto our turn, because again, they have to waste a lot of resources just to attack us. And so as a result, now we're going on to our next turn, and as you saw, I just drew, and we drew into a Radical Beam. We're gonna get ourselves 2 Dawn. Now, what we're gonna do here is we are gonna sit here, and we are gonna go and put down a 5 cost. We're gonna go pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are gonna play this Luffy here. We're gonna do that so that Luffy, because he has Rush, but then on top of that, he's a 6k attacker. And we're doing this so we can actually push a little bit harder. But then on top of that, we're also going to go give a Dawn to Jozu so he can attack. Then we're also gonna use Sanji's skill, adding a life to our hand to give him 2 Dawn and make him be able to attack. So he's again another 7k attacker. So we're gonna have 7, 6, 5, 6. And now going to the opponent's turn, this is where it's gonna get a little tricky, but we have 1 Dawn open so we can play the Radical Beam to protect us for 4,000. Then if they try to attack us again, we can just drop ourselves a 2k, drop ourselves a 2k. And even if they try to attack, we can drop ourselves a 1k and we're fine. Then all we gotta do is go to our next turn, add cards to our hand, get ourselves our Dawn. And so now, with us at 9 Dawn, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna pay all 9 Dawn to play down the 9 cost Newgate. And what that's gonna do is our leader now has 2,000 power until the end of our turn, making it to where we can survive with him being at 8k. And now, granted, this limits us on our ability to do attacks because Sanji can't really attack as far as I'm aware. So we can't give him any extra Dawn. But we can attack with Luffy and Newgate. And now that those attacks are done, if we go to the next opponent's turn, they're gonna have to dedicate a lot of resources. So even if I guarded for 10k, there's a chance I could die, there's a chance I couldn't, I don't know. But assuming I don't die, we get to our next turn with 10 Dawn. We're gonna draw into another card, and at this point, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna get rid of a Sanji in turn for this ace, minus that 3,000 from 2 of their characters. And he has Rush. Then we're gonna give 2 Dawn to Jozu. No, we're gonna give 1 Dawn to Jozu. And then we're gonna give 2 Dawn over here to Luffy so that they can't deal with Luffy's with a blocker. And then we're gonna start off by attacking with Luffy at 8,000. No blockers, meaning that they're gonna have to be forced to block with their hand. Then Jozu for 5,000, Ace for 7, Newgate for 6, and then finally Newgate for 10,000. And at that point, if they survive, well, we're fucked. But if they didn't, congratulations, you just won and beat them with a grandpa. And that's basically the Whitebeard deck in a nutshell. He's a pretty aggressive deck, puts down a lot of pressure, and he's just fun overall, honestly, you know? He's not the type of deck you would just sit there and think, yes, let me just, you know, play a grandpa, because this is totally not going to work. But no, he surprisingly works out really well. And I mean, really well. Hi. Man, if you're gonna come in here, you might as well stay at this point. With how much you keep coming back in? That was testing in chat. Yeah, he's pretty easy and straightforward to play. If you like Oonga Boonga, you'll like Whitebeard. Let's put it like that. That's basically Whitebeard in a nutshell, is he's Oonga Boonga. And if you like Oonga Boonga, you're gonna like Whitebeard. Now then, let us get into the other deck here, which is Smoker. Now, Smoker is black. He is a mono black navy deck. And he is going to be on the more difficult side. Why is it gone, Volkswagen? It's because I got suspended for a week, so we're doing exclusive YouTube streams for the week. Simply because Twitch decided to hit me over a stupid clip. Twitch is getting really toxic. So, you know, hey, don't worry, it'll be back. Hopefully. And I don't get hit again. Hopefully. But I hope you're doing well, hon. Anyways, we got Smoker here. Now, he is a Navy deck. Navy, I'm gonna tell you right now, Navy's in a stupid expensive deck. Okay? Like, even with 2 starter decks, there's gonna be cards that you're gonna be sitting there and you're gonna be like, oh shit, how many am I gonna need of this? And, let's put it like this. Hang on, where is it? You know how we pulled that Kuzan? This, where is it? This card right here. Okay? This card right here, $15 card, you're gonna want at least 2 of them. 2 or 3 of them. But anyway, Smoker is an interesting leader because of the fact of what he does. He is a Dawn once per turn. And let me get you a nice look at him. Alright, so he is a Dawn once per turn, activate main, give up to one of your opponent's characters -1 cost this turn, then if there's a character with a cost of 0, this leader gets 1,000 power during this turn. So, Smoker basically comes in and he's an interesting Navy leader because if you have cards that make him really you can get him big and beefy, making him a 7k attacker, but Navy is also going to be really focused on basically board control. And that's where Tashigi comes in, right? Because Tashigi, she's not the best card, holy shit, but her skill right here, again, Tashigi, I would absolutely cosplay her and fuck her. because she is sexy as fuck. Like, look at those. Look at them hips. Those are some nice fucking hips. God damn it. Anyway, so Tashigi. On play, if your leader is Smoker. Hang on. Give one of your opponents -4 cost during this turn. Then once per turn, if this character was played on this turn, trash up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 0. And because of how much you're reducing cost, that's going to be really useful. The other card, and this is just going to be a staple in general for a lot of black decks, is Hina. And those are some titties I would motorboat. Chat, I know you would motorboat them titties too. Don't lie to me, chat. You want to motorboat them, right? Anyways, her whole thing is with one Dawn, on the opponent's turn, she gains +4 cost, making her that much harder to get rid of. But then on top of that, she has activate main once per turn. You may place one card from your trash at the bottom of your deck to give a rested Dawn to your leader or one of your characters, making it to where she is a really great pressure card for Navy, and that's going to make life a hell of a lot easier and more fun. Now, if you've never played One Piece before, Navy is gonna be a bit more on the complex end, the more of the advanced side of things to play. Just because of the way that this game works, so you have been warned. Next up, we are gonna have Smoker here. Now, this Smoker is going to be another card you could consider it. There's a playset of it in the deck. On play, you may trash one black Navy card type from your hand up to 2 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 4 or less cannot attack until the end of your opponent's next turn. So, literally, Smoker here sits here and locks down your opponent's field, stopping them from attacking. So, it can literally save you, especially with minusing costs and stuff. It really has a good potential to cause your opponents a lot of grief, a lot of issues. Next up is Sengoku, which they only give you 2 of, which is you may trash 2 black Navy cards from your hand. If your leader has the Navy type, draw 3 cards. So you're trashing 2 to draw 3. Now, that doesn't sound good in nature, in theory, but we actually have a way to make Sengoku's cost make a lot of sense. And you'll understand why in a second. That's why I'm gonna keep him in here. Next up is the character you guys all like, I bet, and that is Monkey D. Garp. Now then, Monkey D. Garp here. He is a blocker. Once per turn, you may place 1 card from your trash at the bottom of your deck. Give up to one of your opponent's characters -1 card, or -1 cost during this turn. Not the greatest card. I personally would not run him just because he doesn't do what you want him to do, personally. Next up is Kobe. Now, Kobe is gonna be interesting because on play, you trash a card from your hand, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 3 or less. Now, there are better cards, but he is something to consider if you don't have said better cards. And I'll tell you why in a second. Next up is a card that is a staple no matter what. This is non-negotiable. You must play her. No ifs, ands, or buts, and this is Suru. Suru is a god tier card for the Navy. She is give up to one of your opponent's characters -2 cost during this turn. She's a 1 cost. She has a 2k counter on her. She is necessary. You cannot say no to her. And the fact that they give you a playset of her when she used to be like $5 is absolutely ridiculous. Also, Gray, how dare you? You motherfucker. Okay, you know what? Next up, we're just gonna ignore Don Quinciotti Rosinante because he's not important to this deck. We have better things to put in here. Same thing with Jaguar D. Sol. Again, character you don't need to worry about. He is not necessary to this deck at all. If only there was a but. What do you mean if only there was a but? Now, next up is Helmeppo right here. Now, this Helmeppo is give up to one of your opponent's characters -2 cost during this turn. Then, if there's a character with a cost of 0, this character gains 2,000 power during that battle. He is an interesting consideration. I'm pretty sure there's better choices. So I'm gonna put him to the side as a maybe, just because of that. You're not gonna want Yama because he's just Yama. You're not gonna... So now here's another card, Ice Age. Ice Age is kind of a staple for a lot of Navy decks, just because of the fact that it gives an opponent's character -5 cost during this turn, which is an absolutely fantastic event that they give you a play set of. Next up, this one's a card I've considered. He's like hit or miss. It's Virgo. Now, Virgo is a 2K counter that has, when one Dawn attached to him, he cannot be KO'd in battle. He's a decent card to consider. Whether or not he's actually really all that useful is a different story. It's just something you're gonna have to mess around with, admittedly. But he is definitely something worthwhile being considered if you can. Now, next up, you know what I just learned today? The 3-month free Discord Nitro sub is only for new accounts that I have. Oh god, that's awful, Sid. I'm sorry to hear that. Have I ever watched Walking with Monsters? I have not. I have not. Now, next up, another card that is absolutely vital to a lot of Navy decks, and that's Branu. He literally is a look at 3 cards at the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 Navy card, and then add it to your hand and trash the rest. Because the other thing is, black does deck manipulate, or it does graveyard manipulation. That graveyard manipulation is absolutely vital to the way this deck runs, and you're going to see why in a second once we get there. But as of right now, you may notice that Smoker seems a little on the incomplete side, doesn't he, chat? Because right now, we only have, again, we have like 7 cards, so that's technically 28. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Smoker is about to get real expensive real quick. And I'm gonna show you why, chat. So then, let me pull out the non-banned Sakazuki deck. Now, for Smoker, you're gonna want this Helmeppo, which I'll explain in a second. You're gonna probably want this T-Bone. You're gonna probably want this Brook. You're probably gonna want Great Eruption. Probably gonna want that Sabo. Okay. So, this is why this is gonna suck. So first off, there's this Helmeppo right here that came in an earlier starter deck. This Helmeppo gives it one of your opponent's characters -3 cost during this turn. He's almost a guarantee to be in the deck. T-Bone, another Navy card that literally is on play, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 2 or less. Absolutely gonna be integral. You're gonna have something like, hang on. You're gonna want something like Brooke here, who's on play at win attack and give an opponent's character -1 cost during this turn, then KO one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 0. But hang on, wait. Then we're gonna also bring in the Sabo right here, who is literally an on play. Hang on, let me get him closer for you. He's an on play. You may trash 1 card from your deck, or I think, is it from your hand or from your deck? Yeah. Here. It's from your hand. KO an opponent's character with a cost of 5 or less, and an opponent's character with a cost of 3 or less. But then on top of that, wait, there's more! You're gonna want something like Great Eruption because it minuses a character, your opponent's character by 2, and it draws you a card. Then you're gonna have something like Kuzan here that literally on play KO an opponent's character with a cost of 0 and give all of your opponent's characters -5. So right there alone, we have just introduced a lot of cards that's gonna make this Navy deck run a lot smoother. And I don't think I have to tell you how obnoxious that is, that we're at that point, right? So, with this right here, that's gonna be 36. And even if you add in the 2 Brook and the 2 Sabos, you're gonna get yourself up to 40. Plus the 3 Great Eruptions is 43, plus 3 Kuzan is 46. Now then, you're probably wondering, Yumi, what other cards could you possibly add into this deck? What cards could possibly make this deck run better? And boy, do I have an answer for you. Because the answer to your questions comes in the form of a card that is not Navy. And let me just find it real quick. God, why do the Navy cards always have to be so hard to find? Why do I have this stuff like... Oh, there it is. Okay, hang on. Oh. Oh, I made my life really easy. Holy shit, hang on. Not that one. Not that. Okay, it's not where I thought it was. Well, shit. That's, obnoxious. Well, fuck. Shit. You know, sometimes you sit there and you have a great idea, you have a plan to make things work, And then everything just says, fuck you, bitch. You don't get to have nice things. Where did I put it, actually? I know I didn't put it anywhere weird. I know it's somewhere around here. Fuck nuggets! Ah! Cards are flying at me, chat! Cards are flying at me! I'm being attacked by cards! And I didn't even mean to! I'm sorry, cards! I didn't mean to hurt your feelings! I only meant to peg you slightly! Oh, there they are. Okay. Not that, detour happened. Oh my god. Okay, there, chat. Are you happy I'm back? Okay, chat. Okay. So, to fill out this list, we're gonna put a tech in. And that's gonna be the Lukey, Rob Lukey, right here. You may place 3 cards from your trash at the bottom of your deck in any order. KO up to one of your opponent's characters of the cost of 2 or less. And up to one of your opponent's characters of the cost of 1 or less. So he is going to be very integral to this build. However, we're not done, chat. We're gonna do more. We're gonna do more to this deck. Cause you think that this deck is optimized? No. This deck is far from optimized. This deck needs more. And what more can we do? We're gonna get rid of Great Eruption first off, cause that's for a different deck. And that gives us space for 3 cards. However, we're not done yet. We need to give ourselves more space. We are gonna go and we are gonna take out... Who are we gonna take out here? Because this deck is gonna need it needs more space. And we got ourselves 3 and we need a total of 8 cards made as space, right? That's what we're gonna need. Because we need to fit in 8 cards in particular into this deck for it to fully function. And let's see, right now we got a total of 8 2Ks, which isn't great, but it's not the end of the world. God, this is tough. This is genuinely tough. I'm gonna say we can get rid of 2 smokers, which gives us now 5 card space. Then from there, we're gonna go and give ourselves a little bit more space by adding in... Man, this is tough. This is actually tough because the spacing is so tight here. Honestly, we're gonna not do that. We're gonna remove Sengoku. Sengoku has potential, so I'm gonna put him off to the side, but that now gives us a total of 7. Yeah. Would I add to this deck? If I had to, it's Kuzan and Borsalino. There's another Kuzan and another Borsalino I would add to this deck. However, those cards are like $20 a piece. But what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna remove 2 Tashigis. No, I'm gonna remove 1 Tashigi. And we're doing this because what we need to fit in is going to be cards from another deck I play. And also, Sandy, I'll show you those, I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. Where is it? Hang on, because the deck in question... Alright, there it is. There it is. Hang on. Because the cards we need to add in... Oh, man. I actually need to add in 12 cards. Damn. I forgot how tight the spacing is in Navy decks. Okay, so... God damn it. This is gonna get really tight here. So first off, we're gonna be adding in... Gecko Moria. He is a card right here, right? What he does is he places a character the cost of 4 or less and a character the cost of 2 or less from your trash onto the field. And so what you would want to do is play something, whether it's the Rob Lucci. Most of this deck can be just played from the get-go onto the field. You also have Rebecca, who's a blocker who can add a card that has a cost of 3 or 7 from your trash to your hand, and then you play a character with a cost of 3 or less from your hand rested. So, she basically combos in with Rob Lucci. Then, the last thing I would want to add in is... Oh man, this is tough. Because while this deck doesn't have... Because this deck doesn't exactly have a lot of KO potential right now. Because it has... Let's see. We got... 1 card. 2 card, 3 card that does it. 4 cards. Okay. So, realistically... If I had to add in a card anywhere... Oh man, this is tough. Honestly, I would take the Helmeppo out for the Sabo right here. And that Sabo, it seems weird that we're adding it in. So these types of decks, yes and no. More so what the problem is Navy decks are very... There's so many good cards that are black, even if they're not Navy exclusive, that are really hard to build. And they're really hard to build just because of the fact that you're talking about putting in a lot of cards. Like, let me show you the cards that I'm talking about that I would add into this deck. If I had the money to, right? So, first off... Oh, shit. First off... One of the cards that is stupid expensive is Kuzan, and we're talking about this one right here. This one right here, you think it's $3? No. In reality, people are selling the Japanese version that makes it really cheap. But in reality, this card is... Oh, wow, it's actually come down in price. But it's about an $8 to $10 card. Give or take, closer to 15. It is one, it draws a card when attacking. Give one of your opponent's characters -4 cost during this turn. And this is one of those cards that you would add in. That's a play set. The other card that you would add into this deck, if you could, would be Borsellino. And we're specifically talking about this card right here. That normally, okay, it's going for like $7, $8 now, so it's coming down in price. But what he is he gets 1,000 power during opponent's turn and cannot be KO'd by effects. And he's a 4-drop, which makes him really, really good, and he's a blocker. So, he is a pain in the ass to get rid of, hence why you would want to add him into the deck. I think he's getting reprinted? Yeah, he's getting reprinted in the set that comes out next month, which is why he's as cheap as he is. and why I would absolutely use him if I could, but he's been about like $20 a piece, so I haven't even had a chance to buy him because it's just really expensive to just drop down like $200 on like 8 cards, basically. God, this burrito is so good. It's like shoving a dick down my throat, but it's tastier. Anyways. Yeah, no hobby's really free, you're right. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break real quick. I will be right back. So, Sainted, I'm leaving you in charge until I get back. So make sure no one causes any kind of issues while I'm away, alright? I'll be right back. Alrighty, chat, I am back. Huh. Alright, chat, so here's the thing. To answer your question, Sadie, since you asked the question in regards to these decks and what makes them so difficult, Black is probably one of the most complicated decks to work with just because of how much is involved with them. Because not only are you trying to like control your field, manipulate your discard, and like, you know, also control the opponent's field, you're just doing a lot of foresight with Black decks, and it makes it kind of a pain to actually actively go and use these decks as a way to kick butt. Which is why with One Piece, like, you know, if you're starting out, red is probably one of the easiest decks, or yellow. And we do have a Katakuri deck I can go over, but that's gonna be more about something that Tessa's gonna have to talk about, because That's more of Tessa's expertise with yellow, not mine. No, it doesn't need 200 IQ to play. It's more of like, okay, black decks play radically different from each other, but yet similarly. Whereas with Smoker, he's going to be more focused on getting effects from your opponent's lower cost stuff. So KOing isn't as important, but something like Rob Lucci is more about KOing and keeping your opponent's field cleared out. Whereas something like Sakazuki is like clearing your opponent's field out and being as defensive as possible. It's kind of ridiculous in that regard. So in a way, yes. In a way, no. But then you also have stuff like freaking a Kaido deck, a King deck, like the Animal Kingdom Pirates. Those have their own play styles. It's just that, like, with this deck, there's a lot of, you need to kind of think about how you want to play. Because, like, do you want to minus the opponent's cost? How much do you want to minus their cost? How much do you want to combo? How much do you want to attack? What do you want to do? And are your parts going to help you get there at the end of the day? And usually, that's what makes this so difficult, is because of that alone. And so, it is admittedly more on that frustrating side because of that. And so right here so let's just double check real quick. We got 36 right here. Plus this, that's 40. Plus another 3, that's 43. Plus another 3, that's 46. Plus 2, 48. 50. All right, so we got 50. Aqua triggered, my brain hurts. Yeah. That's basically, there's a reason I don't, like, I like black decks because, you know, there's a lot that can be done with them. But there's also a lot I would say is not necessary to know how to use with these decks, admittedly. Because I'm going to do a quick playtest to show you what I mean. But there is a lot of combo potential. Because, like, imagine you're sitting here, you get to a turn, you play your Gecko Moria, which plays your Rebecca, which plays your Rob Lucci, which also plays a Branu, right? You've effectively played an entire field off of one card. But what card you want to play and how you're going to play it is a different story, because you actually got to think about your plays to control your opponent, because black is very much a very control-heavy color, which is kind of admittedly ridiculous, but black is the meta-dominating color at the moment, just because of how strong it actually is. There are other cards I could have considered for black, that comes from the Animal Kingdom side of things, but I don't think that that's gonna help nearly as much with Smoker, simply because Smoker is really Navy focused, and I would rather a Navy focused deck be able to put out the pressure you want it to have when you're pushing your opponent, because if you don't, you're just ultimately going to sit there and you're going to flail around. But black is so good at pressuring the opponent, it's kind of a non-issue at the end of the day. And you're going to see why in a second. But one of the most valuable cards right now in this deck, because here's the thing, if you want to see how crazy this shit is and why it's a good idea to buy these starter decks, let me show you real quick, chat. Let me show you real quick. So, the starter decks for One Piece. We got the Katakuri, Smoker, Luffy, Uta, and Newgate. These are 5 new starter decks that just came out, or yeah, something like that. Anyways, Katakuri is a $13 deck, give or take, on market. But each of those Charlotte Lindlands that are there are about $4 a piece. Same thing with the Katakuri. So you have, you know, just those two alone make up the entire cost of the deck. You buy the Smoker deck, Tashigi is a $4 card. Hina is a $3.50 card. And you can already see just how, like, you know, yeah, you get two of those, that's $9. You spend another two, you get another, like, you know, two Hinas. That's 6, 7. 7 plus 9 is $16. But then you also have, like, you know, the Quinceotti. They got some expensive cards in there. The Uta one, expensive cards. The Newgate. This freaking Newgate right here is $7. Okay, chat? So literally buying one of these starter decks, that's $7.14. Then plus another 6, that's $20. That's basically at $21 for 8 cards for 4 cards. Right? $21 or $48 if you buy 2 of these starter decks. You've basically spent $24 to get a $48 worth of cards. And it's just because these cards have a lot of potentials, not just in their own decks, but in other spots too. Hence, why this stuff gets so expensive. Like, it is absolutely ridiculous. Like, the purple starter deck for Luffy is $20. And the cards right here that you get 2 of, that's $4 right there. That's 8 plus another 6. That's gonna be 14 plus this Uso Hachi. That's gonna be like $16 to $18, give or take. Right there, just for these 3 cards right here. So the starter decks, most of the value comes from those couple of cards, and it's admittedly a little bit ridiculous because you're sitting there having to deal with these cards that you want to use, and yet it's actually cheaper to buy the starter decks themselves than it is to buy the singles at the end of the day, which is kind of sad. Also, I'll watch that video in a second, all right? Once we're done with the One Piece stuff. So there's a lot of issues, admittedly. And then with the Navy deck, right? You have to think about something else too. And that's the fact that each of these Kuzans right here are $15 a piece. Each of these Sabos are like $20, $25 a piece. You know, so the Navy deck has a lot of cards that are really good for it, but it ends up being really expensive because of the fact that they're forcing you to run so many staples in one single deck that it just to make it work. Does that make it a good deck on its own? No, not really. But is it fun to play? I would say yeah. The Navy deck itself is admittedly really fun to play. Happens in Magic all the time with commander decks, 1 cards, it's like worth the whole starter deck. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. And it's admittedly, it sucks because, you know, you don't want to have to like sit there like, and I get, you know, like maybe $20 for a card is cheap, admittedly, but when, you know, you're a full-time content creator, there's only so much you can do. You know, unfortunately, if you're one of those people that works at like, you know, a Target, you're probably not making that much money to where, you know, you could just justify spending like $200 on cards. So, you know, it is admittedly on the difficult side. So that's like for me, whenever I go out and I do look for cards, I'm going through the bulk bins, actually. Just seeing what cards I can find, seeing what I can actually grab for cheaper that someone might have missed. Because, like, these Ice Age cards right here are an uncommon. This card right here is usually an uncommon, but guess what? Guess out what? This freaking uncommon card used to be like $8 because it's a staple in so many fucking Navy decks. And so I have a rule. Oh, geez. I have a rule with these cards where I get my play set of cards I need and I just hot swap them around to different decks so I'm not spending a crap ton of money trying to get, like, you know, a whole bunch of cards for all these separate decks, because I don't want to spend like hundreds of dollars on multiple play sets of cards when I could just hot swap. That's why I usually keep them all in one sleeve, because it ultimately just ends up being way cheaper that way, ultimately, you know? Sure, maybe it doesn't make the most sense to some people. Oh, shit. But it's honestly what I prefer doing. You know, just because it makes my life a hell of a lot easier when it comes to card games. It's how I've always been with card games, because much like gachas, they are an addiction that you can get really, really, you know, tied up into. And if you're not careful, next thing you know, you're fueling an addiction with money you don't have, and that's not fun. That's not good, you know, and it does, admittedly, I've seen people really, you know, get into some dangerous situations over that shit. And I'd rather not see that happen to anyone. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 Dawn here. So, with that 8 Dawn, let's just go ahead and add in 2 more Dawn. And let's give this Smoker deck a try. Let me just double count my stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh. Huh. I was 1 card off. I was exactly 1 card off. Holy shit. I was not expecting to be exactly 1 card off. Yeah, that is true. You can trade and sell. But part of the problem is that it really depends on your community. Like, my community, when it comes to trading cards, unfortunately, most of them overprice. They don't go by market price. They usually overprice their cards. And so, unfortunately, a card that's worth, like, you know, $2, for example, is now worth 3. A card that's worth 10 is now worth, like, 15. It's so stupid. Because they're trying to get more cards out of you and everything, which isn't fun. And that's why I admittedly don't do a lot of trading and I just buy my singles. Because I'm not gonna trade way over market value just for like 1 card that I need. I'll wait for either the price to come down or I'll just buy it off a TCG player. Because I've actually had moments where I found a deck I really wanted to play and I really liked it and I got to trade it But the problem was that I had the equivalent value of a deck. And unfortunately, that deck, they decided to undervalue it, and I had to trade them 2 of my decks for that one deck. And that one was like a near tier 0 deck. But it was a pain in the ass just to do that because they like, you know, running off with that kind of shit. Gotcha is just burning your money. Yeah, Gotcha is. eBay's your best friend. TCG player is my best friend, admittedly. eBay, I've been burned by eBay before, which does suck. But, you know, hey. On the bright side, though, we're about to show how this smoker deck works. He does start out with 5 life, which is very interesting. And not necessarily normal. A lot of leaders actually start off with 4 life. So, again, as is the usual, I'm going to pretend like I'm going first. My first hand here is not great. It had a lot of mid-game stuff, so we're going to return our cards back to the deck. We're going to do a mulligan, and we're going to try again. All right, here we go. Now then, let's see what we got going on now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not the best hand, but you know what? We're gonna work with it because unfortunately you only get 1 mulligan in this game. So here we go. We're putting down our 5 life, and we're gonna start off with 1 Dawn. And unfortunately, we don't draw, so we're kind of freaking screwed with our hand. But we're going to go on to our second turn. And we're going to see that maybe we get something more useful. No. And unfortunately, we don't really have anything. So the most I could do is attach a Dawn and use his skill and hope that they have like a searcher on the field that's 1. Making him a 7k attacker, but that's all I could do because I bricked. I bricked really hard. But we're gonna go on to the opponent's turn. They're gonna attack me. I finally drew into something I could use next turn. And they're probably only gonna have 1 attack for me because, you know, it's early game. But we're gonna draw again. This time we're gonna have 5 Dawn. So we have a little bit more that we can do. So my first instinct is going to be to pay 3 Dawn to place this Brook on the field. That way we can potentially KO something, but if not, it's not the end of the world. Pay 2 Dawn to get the Branu out. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck. And then we're going to get a Navy card. We're going to get that Kuzan out for later. And the rest of the cards get put to the trash so we can manipulate it. And then from there, we're going to just attack with Smoker. And that's going to be our turn, unfortunately. And unfortunately, given the way things are going, I'm going to have to take damage. I'm probably going to take 2 because I just did not shuffle this well at all. But now it's probably going to be my turn. And this time, we have a total of 7 cards. And we just ran into our Gecko Moria, which is really good. But given where we're at and how dangerously close to the edge we are, I'm going to pay... Let's see, that's 4. We're going to pay 5 Dawn to play down this Sabo to draw 2 cards. And then we got to trash 2, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world, given what we can do. So I'm going to trash the Rob Lucci. Trash the Rebecca. And that's going to give us some combo potential here in the near future. Then I'm going to attach a Dawn to Smoker, using his skill and hoping that we can get something down in cost. Actually, no. What we're going to do is we're going to pay a Dawn for Ice Age and then use Smoker's skill to guarantee that, making it so that he is a 7,000k attacker. And then we're going to go on to the opponent's turn. I mean, I did power shuffle, that's the thing. We don't have a lot of guard power in our hand, which does admittedly suck, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna block with Sabo, and then we're gonna take a lot damage. Then I'm gonna guard with these two cards here, giving me 3k. And then if they do attack again, I'll take another one. And hopefully that's all they have to do. Because then we're gonna go into my next turn here. We're gonna get 9 Dawn. And now this is where we have a really difficult choice to make on what we want to play. For me, I am gonna go down the route of paying 8 Dawn so that I can play down Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria's skill is going to have me play down a card, and we are gonna play down a Rebecca, and then we are gonna play down a Suru so that we can minus a character's cost. Then Rebecca's skill is gonna go off, and we're gonna use that as an opportunity to go ahead and grab ourselves a Suru and add it to our hand. And then we're gonna go ahead, and since it has to be a cost of 3 or less, we are gonna then play another Suru on the field, minusing a cost. And then from there, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, have him get his 7k, make him a 7k attacker. And then we're gonna have Brooke attack to KO something. Then we're gonna keep these 2 blockers on the field. That way with those blockers, we can block with Rebecca, she's gonna die. Block with Sabo, he's probably gonna die. Men, we just have to manage to survive through one or two more attacks. We're gonna block with Tashigi. Hope to God that we survive. Now, granted, I'm not the best with the Navy engine because this is something new I've wanted to try. But I didn't get a great draw on my hand, and so as a result, I probably would lose this match just because I didn't draw good enough, because I didn't shuffle my deck good enough. But you can probably see, chat, just how complicated black as a color is. I have a couple of black decks I do like playing, but they are still very complicated, such as my Rebecca deck that's blue-black. There's my Sakazuki deck that's also blue-black, and that one's also a bit complicated. I also have a mono-black Luffy deck that's complicated. So there's just a lot of decks that are black, and they're really complicated. I even have the Lucci deck itself, but it's a bit more on the painful side because of how complicated it is, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't the case, and I wish it wasn't so hard, but unfortunately, black is just not a deck. I would not recommend black to any newbie starting out because of how complicated. Yeah, black takes a while to learn. Yellow is brain dead, okay? Like, I'm gonna show you a little bit of Tessa's deck that she's gonna be working on later today. Or at least, you know, when she's done with work, whenever that is. But we have Charlotte Katakuri here. And his whole thing right here is, if it will focus. Eventually, it'll focus. Look at one card from the top of your opponent's life cards, and then place it at the top or bottom of the life cards. Then this leader gains 1,000 power during that battle. So Katakuri's whole gimmick, its entire gimmick, right, is he sits here and he basically manipulates life. That's yellow in a nutshell, is life manipulation. And it's a pain in the ass with yellow because they can keep themselves prolonged. They can keep their life prolonged. Kind of like what I was showing with one of the cards that we pulled. This Yamato right here that we pulled is literally a on play. Hang on. On play, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost equal to or less than the cost of your and your opponent's life cards. Then, if you have one or less life cards, add up to one card from the top of your deck to the top of your life cards. So literally, Yamato just prolongs the game. And there's a lot of yellow cards that do that, and so it's just basically life manipulation at the end of the day. Hence, why Katakuri is a pain in the ass. And his 8-cost card basically places any card that you want on the field into the life, making your life live that much longer. Hence, why it is such a fucking pain to go up against it. Green's a bit more on the complicated side to learn because it does a lot of resting of opponents' stuff and paralyzing them, basically. You have yellow, or you have blue, which is basically a draw engine, the deck, and it's got some aggro. It's kind of complicated to play, but it's actually fairly easy. You also have purple, which is Dawn management, which are these cards, which does a lot of put Dawn away, put Dawn back, put Dawn away, put Dawn back, and all that stuff. Hi, Koi, how you doing, hon? And so as a result, if I had to put it, red is the easiest to learn, black is the hardest to learn, admittedly. Because, like, if I were just to take a second here, like, hey, give me a second. Because I need to go and grab something to actually showcase what I'm talking about. Alright, where is it? Ah, okay, so I need to take one, two. Okay. Take these cards, put it over here. Missing too far. Oh, that would make that makes sense. Okay. Problem solved. Crisis averted. Okay. Really, chat? We're gonna yeet me again? Really? All right, so chat. Here's what I'm about to show you. I'm gonna show you a combo color deck. Specifically, purple, yellow, crocodile. Now then, purple, yellow, crocodile right here. One of my favorite decks to play. He's actually really fun. I think he can be competitive. His skill, when it focuses. Once per turn, when a Dawn card is returned by your effect to your Dawn deck, add a Dawn card from your Dawn deck and set it as active on your opponent's turn. Unfair by someone. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Koi. That always sucks when that happens, but it really does show you who your true friends are, you know? But yeah, you're absolutely right. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you what happens when you use a purple deck real quick. Since I haven't really showed you guys what my favorite deck to play, how that actually runs. Because this deck, it is a bit, admittedly, a rogue deck, but it is also admittedly a really fun deck. Hard to put together because a lot of the cards in it are out of print and a lot of them aren't getting reprinted, sadly. But they are absolutely 110% worthwhile, and I think it's like probably one of the most fun decks I've ever played, right next to Grandpa. So, Crocodile's whole thing is not only does he manage his life, but he also, okay, that's a terrible hand, but he also manages his fucking Dawn. And so he will always have fucking Dawn to use on the opponent's turn, or mana for those that like Magic the Gathering terms. And he's going to always, 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 always be able to kick ass and fuck people's days up. Because of the fact that he literally just has a lot of pressure. Okay, that's a much better hand. All right. So we're gonna go first, chat. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get one Dawn, and it's the opponent's turn. Now, I'm gonna make sure I have my 4 life. That's right. He only has 4. And granted, there's a very good reason for that. We go to the opponent's turn, then we're gonna go to my turn. Now then, by the way, this card right here, chat, is $90 because it's an alt-art. Now then, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pay 3 Dawn for Porsche, minus a card to look at the top 5 cards of the deck and find ourselves a Foxy Pirate. It's a miss, but that's not why we're using her in this deck. We're using her specifically so we can play down something like Miss Wednesday, because she plays a card that has a power of 4,000 or less from your hand. Now then, with that being said, you're lost. I've only ever really played Yu-Gi-Oh! That's fair. I did an explanation like a couple streams ago on this game, but it's okay. You can pick it up real easy. So we're gonna attack with Crocodile, and that's just gonna be our first turn. Now, if the opponent goes to attack us, first off, on opponent's attack, I'm just gonna sit here minus a Dawn with with Miss Wednesday's skill, which gives me a Dawn as active. Crocodile's skill goes off, which gives me another active Dawn. So I've basically recovered a Dawn. So Porsche's skill basically became free. I'm gonna take the damage, and you're gonna see I have an L here for a reason later. You haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long time yourself, we're not sure if the original rules. Some of them do, but not all of them. Anyways, now we're gonna go on to our next turn where we now have 5 Dawn, and it's gonna just get to be more of a snowball the further we go. Now, granted, we haven't seen any triggers, which is admittedly frustrating, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna pay 5 Dawn to play Miss All Sunday. She's gonna add a Dawn card as rested. Then if you have 6 or more, which we do, we draw a card. And we drew into another card. This card is $30 and I only have the one of it. It's a pain in the ass, and it's kind of our purple staple. Because Bonclay, not only does he add a card as active, but he also gets power based off of an opponent's character or leader. making him able to swing at whatever he wants. Anyways, now that we're here, attack with Porsche, attack with Crocodile, end of our turn. Now then, we're gonna use VV's skill when the opponent goes to attack, getting ourselves the Dawn is active. Crocodile sets it as active as well. We're gonna take the damage, add it to our hand. Now then, when the opponent goes to attack again, we're gonna pay a Dawn for slow, so it'd be minus a Dawn to minus 2,000 to the opponent's leader and character, which is gonna basically shut down the rest of their turn. Now, it's our turn, so we're gonna go ahead, get ourselves 2 Dawn, draw a card. Now then, at this point, given the state of the game, I'm gonna go and sit down and pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna pay 5 Dawn to play the Queen. We're gonna minus a Dawn, he's also a blocker, and we get to draw 2 cards. So draw 1, draw 2, we got our finisher, and then we have to trash a card. And in my case, if I'm gonna trash anything, I'm probably gonna trash... Man, that's actually a tough choice. I'm gonna trash Miss Valentine. Then I'm also gonna pay 2 Dawn to play down Chopper. And Chopper's skill, if we have less than or equal to the amount of Dawn of the opponent, we can play a Dawn as rested. And I'm gonna do that, because that's basically the opponent would be at 8 Dawn at this point. And that means we have 3 blockers. So now we're gonna attack with Crocodile for 5, 5 with Porsche, 5 with All Sunday. And now, I'm gonna just move this over here so you know where our blockers are. Now it's the opponent's turn. First off, Miss Wednesday's skill. Going to add a Dawn is active. Add a Dawn is active, right? Then we're gonna just block with Chopper and he's gonna die. Then, if the opponent tries to attack again, we're gonna block with Queen. It's probably not gonna hit or destroy Queen, so we're fine there. Then we're gonna probably take the life, add a card to our hand, and then if they try to attack anything again, we can pay a Dawn to then -1, redirect the attack to Queen, and hopefully it doesn't die. Queen doesn't die. Now then, it's time for our next turn. This time, I will get to that in a second. We now have 10 Dawn. We're gonna draw a card. We are now gonna go and we're gonna pay 8 Dawn. We're paying 8 Dawn for our boss monster, our Crocodile, which states if you on your turn -2 Dawn on play. If your leader's got the Baroque Works type, you add a card from the top of your deck to your life cards. And so we just did that. And so as a result, we've just prolonged our life for a little bit longer. And so now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna sit here. I'm going to add a Dawn to Crocodile, and I'm gonna add a Dawn to Miss All Sunday. Now, we're gonna attack for 6, 5, 6. And again, now we're gonna go to the opponent's turn. Opponent's turn, Miss Wednesday's skill goes off, we get a Dawn. Crocodile's effect goes off, we get a Dawn. We're gonna use the other Crocodile's effect to minus a Dawn, so we can draw a card and trash a card. And in this case, we're gonna trash that ace because we want the guard, right? And then we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna take that hit and get ourselves a Hiyori. Now then, with that being said, next up, we're gonna block with Queen. Queen's probably gonna die. Then we're gonna sit there and we're gonna probably guard, and then probably guard again. Then it comes to our turn. We're gonna draw a card. We're gonna get ourselves back up to 2 Dawn, or 10 Dawn. And now we're sitting pretty with like that 1 extra life. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to bring out Enel, and Enel is going to have rush so we can attack. And then I'm gonna sit here, give 1 Dawn, 1 Dawn, and 1 Dawn here. So it's 6, 6, 6, 7, 9. And so as a result, as you can see, not only did we mess around with our Dawn a lot, not only did we mess around with our life, we also were drawing a lot and just protecting ourselves. And so you can see how this is a deck that's a lot of fun to play, and how this deck can actually cause a lot of grief when you know how to play it correctly. And it's just a lot of fucking fun in general, personally. And that's why I love the color synergy between purple and yellow. Because it just works so fucking well. And I'm surprised more people haven't been trying that since the red-purple law ban, because it does so good. It actually kicks a lot of the meta decks. It just kicks its butt. It's such a great way that the meta doesn't even know what to do with it. Like, freaking Lucci doesn't know how to handle that deck because it keeps pulling out stuff more than you would expect. And Nell, it outrushes Nell, and Nell can't keep up with it. Bonnie's a bit of a tough matchup, and it's 50-50 if it's going to win or not. But it's still a pain in the ass for anyone to go up against, because you're just straight up dealing with a deck that is just going to kick your ass really fucking hard. And other meta decks, it just goes and it stalls the game out longer and longer, making it that much more fun to go up against, making it that much more fun to play, because it feels like your options when playing this deck are absolutely endless, you know? It really feels like, you know, you can do just about whatever you want to do, because you're in complete control of your deck. And if that's not a fun deck to play, I don't know what is, because I've never felt that kind of way about a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never played that kind of deck in freaking Digimon. I kind of did in Magic at one point with freaking tribal elves, with the black-green elves. But even then, it was a bit of a pain in the ass. Pokemon, I kind of did, but it's give or take. Like, there's just a lot of times where there's a lot of things I find that are actually genuinely fun, and this is one of them. And yes, the older rules for Yu-Gi-Oh! Were simple. Nowadays, you kind of need to have a dictionary for Yu-Gi-Oh!, admittedly. But yeah, One Piece, you're basically trying to reduce the life of your opponent down to 0, and then attack them once they're at 0 for game. So, you know, then you're basically getting Dawn, which is mana, except it's more consistent than it is in Magic, where it's its own separate deck and you get 2 every turn. And so, like, you got your leader card, which just stays on the field permanently. You have your character cards, which can come and go. It's actually a really fun deck, and I think, honestly, One Piece as a card game might straight up be one of my favorite games of all, one of my favorite TCGs of all time, because I don't feel nearly as pressured as I do with other games, you know? Because a lot of times it feels like the meta is just like really toxic in other card games, and that just doesn't really feel nearly as fun, you know? It really doesn't feel like it's something that, you know, is as enjoyable. Because, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it feels so toxic going up against other players. In Magic, it kind of feels sweaty, you know, at times. Like, if it's standard, it feels sweaty. If it's Commander, it's give or take if it's gonna be sweaty or not. In Pokemon, I'm surprised that adults play that game and how sweaty those fucking assholes can be. It's kind of scary. So, you know, in a lot of cases, it just feels like with a lot of these games, it does feel admittedly toxic. Like, the one game I feel like I've actually enjoyed... You miss playing Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Friends? That's fair. The thing is with One Piece, the one thing I've noticed is, like, sure, you deal with scalpers a bit with the card game, but it's not nearly as bad as you would expect it to be. Like I'm trying to cause let's put it like this. I'm gonna go and we're gonna go look at TCG player real quick. Also enjoy the boob view. That's probably the only time you're gonna get this good of a view of some titties. Jesus Christ, those bounce a lot. Holy shit. Those bounce a lot. God damn. Didn't know I had anime physics on my titties. Holy shit. Hang on. Yeah, that's a lot of anime physics. Holy shit. Anyways. I bet you liked that, chat. I bet you like seeing a woman bounce her titties like that. Anyways, hang on. Where is the thingy that lets me take this home? Saying it, why are you saying OMG? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Don't think I did. Damn, I'm sorry. Why are you sorry about that? Why apologize? There's like no reason to apologize, you know, you're just being honest. Isn't that a good thing to be honest? At least I thought it was. Unless being honest isn't a good thing anymore. I mean, Finn, if you wanted to, you could clip it if you really wanted to. Anyways, chat, anyways. So, let's go ahead and look at TCG player real quick. If I can type it correctly. All right, chat. So, if I were just to sit here, hard to write with just one hand. So, let's say, you know, let's say you were gonna go into the latest booster, right? And then let's say you wanted to buy cards for yourself, right? Let's say you wanted to get into red decks. Well, Rayleigh right here, right? He is $20 a piece. So, bear with me on this as we go through and calculate the price of a red deck with Rayleigh. So you're gonna need 4 copies, which is gonna already charge you 80 bucks, okay? Then, actually, it might be better for me just to do this and then hit search. So, let's say you're going down with trying to get red cards, like red staples. So, what you're gonna probably want is you're probably going to need certain cards. Like, we got the Rayleigh there. Then, let's say you want to get, you know, you want to get yourself, like, because the next card you would probably need is you're probably going to need something like this Tony Chopper over here. And that's going to run you another 40 bucks. Then let's say you want to have for your deck, you need to grab, where is it? Wow, there is a lot of cards that are difficult to find. Holy shit. All right, so let's say the next card you're gonna wanna grab, because a lot of these cards have come down in price, thankfully. Like that Makino used to be $5 a piece. Now I don't know what the fuck she is. that Newgate starter deck card, right? So let's say you decided you want a playset of that. So that's gonna be 12, 13, 26 for a playset. Then let's say you're gonna want to have, what else do you need for this? Then you're gonna probably want to have that new ace, which is $3.75 a piece. So let's just round it down to $3.50, so 7. That's gonna be another $14. And then let's say you need this Monkey D. Luffy. He's $3 a piece. And I was running 4 of him in the deck. So that's 3, 6, 9, that's another 12. Then let's say, you know, you need other cards. Like, let's say you want this Marco over here that's now $2.39. You'd probably want a play set of him, right? So let's just go ahead and let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there you go. You get him for $8. This Kid and Killer is also a really good choice for stuff. So let's say you want to go and get him. That's another $12. So, like, if you're noticing here, we haven't really built a deck, but we've kind of grabbed a bunch of staples for red decks that do work in a multiple amount of decks. And we are admittedly already at, like, almost $200. Probably a little over 200 with shipping, right? And so, as a result, you sit here and you're picking up these cards, and without even building a deck, you end up spending close to $200 just to get cards that you need to make most red decks run. If we were to do this again, but this time choose black, you're gonna see that, you know, a lot of cards that you're gonna want, such as that earns an alternate art, I should say. You have Sabo right here, that's $22 a piece. You have Brook, that's $13 a piece. You have, if you're really lucky with pulls, how much would it cost? Well, you see, that's the problem, okay? That's the problem with One Piece, is there is no being lucky with pulls, really. In a box, you are guaranteed at least 4, I believe it's, you get 4 super rares, 1 secret rare. If it's not a secret rare, you get a super rare. Like, you know, that replaces it, that has the alt art, right? And that's about it in a box. So if you got really lucky with the pulls, like this Kuzan right here is a secret rare, you would have to spin. Can you pull it all you need from a box? No, you cannot. Like Kuzan, you would only get 1 of him in a box. So if you wanted to pull Kuzan just from a box, which is Paramount War, right? The actual price for the box is about $120. So, assuming you actually opened up a box of the Paramount War, you would only be guaranteed maybe 1 Kuzan. It may not be him, but if you got really lucky, right? If you got really lucky, you would need to buy at minimum 4 boxes. You would need to spend $480 just to pull 4 of this Kuzan. And that's assuming every single one of those boxes had a Kuzan. Much like if I wanted to, say, pull, you know, if I wanted to say pull, you know, that Borsalino we were talking about, which is a different story. Yeah. It's because secret rares are only one in a box, so you're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to pull a decent amount to get them. Like, for example, that's Sabo, right? So the Sabo in question that I have my play set of, right? This one right here. He is from OPL4. He is $23 a piece, right? Now, granted, in Kingdoms of Intrigue, right? In Kingdoms of Intrigue, one box is, again, $120, and Sabo was a super rare, or a special. No, he was a... Yeah, he was a super rare, which means that there could be upwards of 2 of him, or there could be 2 super rares in a box, I believe. It's like either 2 or 3. And so you would have to still open up at least 2 boxes just to get a play set of Sabo. And because of how he is a staple in virtually every black deck, as a result, you need a play set of him when you play this game. And he is not coming down in price anytime in the near future, unfortunately. And it's the same issue with Borsalino. This card right here, he used to be like, you know, upwards of $20 before he started getting reprinted, because he, again, in his set, he was a super rare. And it was the same issue with Kuzan. If you wanted Kuzan, not that one, if you wanted this Kuzan right here, that is still like $10 a piece, he's also a super rare that came in the same set as Borsalino. And so you, again, would need to get lucky and at least open up 2 boxes to get a play set of him. And unfortunately, that's just not realistic. And so as a result, trying to actually pull those cards, it's better just to buy the singles, which is what sucks, because in 500 years into the future, OPO7, one of the most expensive cards that is thankfully coming down in price is, unfortunately, it was Ace. Because when he was really, like, during OPO7, he was a $25 card. Because not only was he the secret rare of the set, that you were only guaranteed 1 of in a box, so you need to buy at least 4 boxes, but he was really hard to pull. It's kind of ridiculous. And because more of these cards are out on the market now, the prices are thankfully coming down in price. Extra Booster 1. Freaking Mr. 2 Bon Curé is still an expensive as fuck card, because he is a purple staple in most decks. So if you want him, you're gonna be spending anywhere from $30 to $40 per card just to have your play set. And he is almost required for most decks. It's absolutely ridiculous, but this set, unfortunately, has not been reprinted. What TCG would I say is the most fun to play? Oh, God. In my opinion, with TCGs, I would have to say One Piece is probably up there as one of my most favorite ones to play. If not my most favorite, but if I had to choose a second one, it would have to be a card game that's really, 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 really niche. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Called Gate Ruler. And this one is really niche, really hard to find people to play with, but Gate Ruler, it's because of the fact that your leader dictates how you play. So, like, you can see what your setup is, you can see what your start of turn is, and you have your modifiers, right? So, like, in this case, this leader has 0 cards in hand, 0 resources. But at the start of your turn, you draw a card, and you basically treat your cards as if you paid the cost for them. And when he attacks, he draws a card. So, like, the thing is, you also can't have a hand. So, as a result, you're basically just playing off of the top of your deck. And that's what makes this really cool as a card game, is because this game just has a lot of really pretty artwork. It has a lot of really cool, like, rules for the leaders. Hell, they even encourage you to make your own leader art. You just choose whatever leader you like the most, and then you put your own artwork on it, basically. Because, like, you got, like, this knight right here, where you start off with 4 cards in hand, you get 3 resources like you see. Start a turn, choose 2 of your resources, ready them, draw 2 cards. Modifier, you can only summon up to 2 times per turn. But it's really cool because the way the game plays, you have wave negating damage while you're in the middle of taking damage because of the way the rules of the game works. And it's just such a cool ass game. The only problem is no card shops around me seem to stock it, but it's got like some of the highest quality cards I've ever felt in my entire life. It has really fucking pretty artwork. Like, look at this. This is fucking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh! Never. This is a game called Gate Ruler. Like, it is way too gorgeous. The card stock is fucking high quality. I'm pretty sure you could cut someone with how high quality this stuff is. Like, it literally is like holding a credit card in your hand with each of the cards. And I do have two Gate Ruler decks. And it is so much fucking fun. Granted, the decks I have for Gate Ruler are unfortunately from the very first set, so I've never kept it up to date. But it is absolutely a game I would absolutely recommend if you have time to play something niche and try it out, because it's just fucking cool as hell. It's absolutely cool as hell. And, you know, God, like, you're making me really nostalgic for that game, because it's still getting sets. That's the funny thing, is Gate Ruler is still getting sets. It's just hard to get your hands on it. But yeah, with One Piece, you are easily, depending on what deck you want to play, you will probably spend upwards of, like, you know, the cheapest deck I've built is about $50. The most expensive deck I think I've built is probably around $200, but that's because I got really lucky with my pulls. The only TCG you play is Hearthstone. I've heard a lot of Hearthstone. I have not tried it. I don't know how to feel about Hearthstone, admittedly. But, admittedly, though, I do think that, you know, as far as TCGs go, I do think that, you know, because, like, honestly, you know what? I'm going to do a comparison real quick. Just real quick. Like, I'm going to boot up the PlayStation 5, and there's a reason I'm booting it up real quick, okay? Because I think this is important. For those of you who play TCGs, what is the best description that you can give about what it feels like to open up a pack of cards? Like, how does it actually make you feel opening up a pack? Because for me, I really do enjoy opening up packs of cards. And... hang on. Uh-oh. But not only that... the reason I'm booting up Zenless Zone Zero real quick, I know it seems kind of weird that I'm booting this up as a, but because Sadin brought up a really good point yesterday, right? Brand new card, except it's every time. Exactly, that is kind of what it feels like. And yet I'm bringing up Zenless Zone Zero because it's a gacha game. It's the one I have the easiest access to, right? And the thing is like, you load up the game, you do your dailies that take you like anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes or whatever. And then from there, you just kind of like, once you've done that, assuming you haven't done like, you're still not like doing the logging campaign thing. But something about this, where I could just sit here, go to my mail, claim a fucking thing that they may give me, but then like, you know, the fact that like, even then, if I just sit here and like go over here, I could claim one of these reels and then I go and pull something, right? Like, let's say I decide to just like, cause you just like look through all of this stuff and like, sure, it's kind of cool to see some of these things. Like, you see this internaut level right here that gives you a 10 pull, which is nice. And once you get to 30, it's going to give you a 10 pull for another thing. But, like, the thing is, there's something about pulling from one of these packs. And it just doesn't feel good. Because, like, you get that, it's like, oh, cool, I got nothing. But yeah, with like, you know, TCGs, you're kind of guaranteed to basically grab just about anything you could possibly want to grab. Like, that's the unfortunate thing, right? Is TCGs, you're usually guaranteed at least some kind of thing you are guaranteed to pull from. But unfortunately, in gacha games like this, you're not guaranteed like jacket shit. And so as a result, you know, you could sit there and spend like, you know, $100 and you're not guaranteed this character or this character or this character or any of them, really. You might pull a character, but it just doesn't feel as good as a TCG where you're at least like, you know, you crack open a box, you crack open a couple of packs, you're guaranteed to pull at least something. Yes, you are if you just pull enough, but yeah, but that's the problem, is if you just pull enough. At least in a card game, in a physical card game, if I sit there and I want to pull, like, you know, pull cards, I know I'm at least guaranteed at some point, like, in a box, there's a chance that I'm going to pull the Kuzan. And if it's not the Kuzan, I know I'm going to pull some secret rare or some super rare that I'm going to use, you know, and at least on the bright side, if I pull it and I'm not going to use it, I could either A, trade it in for store credit and get more packs, or I could, you know, trade it to someone else to get a card I do need, or I could just, you know, hold on to it and use it, you know? Whereas with, like, you know, gacha games like Zenless Zone Zero, sure, it's fun, but on the flip side, you're not guaranteed anything, and most of the time you're pulling trash. You're not pulling anything you would actually use, you're just pulling trash. Because, yeah, because literally gacha games, the house always wins, whereas at least with TCGs, you have a chance of winning, you know? And I think that's like the most disappointing part of gacha games, is it tries to live up to what, like, you know, TCGs do, but no matter what, TCGs are always going to be fun like hell. Getting to pull the alt arts of shit is fucking cool as hell. Getting to, like, you know, pull secret rares and super rares and, like, the special rares and all that shit, it's fucking cool. It's fucking cool as hell, you know? Like, just the idea of sitting here and getting to, you know, go around and look at this stuff. Like, right here, the premium booster pack that I was just talking about that comes out on November 8th. You know, these the freaking starter decks had that stuff. Like, hell, the Sanji's like $5 for a pre-sale. But, like, that's kind of the thing, is that, you know, at least with a TCG, at some point, you're guaranteed to pull this stuff. And even if you don't, you actually have the ability to just straight up buy the cards if you want to. Like, honestly, I almost wish that there was an option for people, if they wanted to actually buy the character. Like, hey, you've sunk, like, you know, $50 into this whole gacha system, and you haven't gotten the banner character. How about you just slip me $20 and you can have the character? But if you want another copy of the character to upgrade her, well, you're gonna have to go through the gacha. But, you know, just something to allow you to get those characters and gachas, I feel like would just be a lot better. But with like, you know, but most of the time, gachas just don't feel good. That's the thing, is, like, you know, Wuthering Waves sounds cool, but with Wuthering Waves, I don't know, like, I might enjoy it, I might not. Zenless Zone Zero, I kind of found at some aspects I enjoyed. There were some aspects I didn't. Genshin Impact, I liked it, but it became too much of a grind fest that I gave up on it. And that's just kind of the thing, is at the end of the day, if you're gonna have to get into any kind of, like, you know, gacha-like addiction, just do card games. It lets you be social. Go touch grass, bitches. Fucking, that's what freaking card games do, and I love it about card games, is there's a sense of community there. You get to sit there and try things out. You get to deck craft, theory craft, come up with builds that are amazing. Whereas with gachas, it's just an endless pool of money you throw at the game just so that you can maybe get a character you want, just so that you can maybe build the deck you want to build, or build the character you want, you know? Are we in the game industry? Yeah, they kind of are, because, like, for a lot of people, they can't really enjoy those games because you end up spending so much money onto these games that it's really hard to justify playing a game. Like, I have a hard time justifying fighting games because I sit there and I'm fucking playing a game that doesn't even need me to, like, that I know I'm gonna have to spend more money on to keep up with the meta because the characters couldn't be released at launch because they wanted more money. That's, like, one of the things that scares me about getting into stuff like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, because I know I'm gonna have to spend an extra, like, $120, $150 just to own all the content of a game that realistically should have just been offered to you right off the bat, you know? That's all it should have been. At least with these, like, you know, these card games, though, I can at least know that if I open up a box, I know I'm gonna pull a lot of good cards, some that I can trade away, some that I can keep and use, some that I can sell, and then I know that I'm gonna come into a lot of cards that are gonna just straight up be really useful. You know, it's like, in a way, card games are a lot more of a healthier alternative to freaking gachas because of the fact that you get to actually enjoy pulling cards that you're gonna actually use, and you get to have physical artwork that's like really fucking pretty. Like honestly though, like honestly, this card right here that I have, it is so fucking pretty. I love it. I love having it in my deck because it's so much fun to use. Could I just like, you know, put it on display? Sure. Could I sell it? Sure. But it's so nice. It's so nice, you know? And that's just kind of the thing is like, card games feel a lot more rewarding than gacha games. It's admittedly why I don't play a lot of gacha games, because of the fact that it just straight up does not feel like it's something you want. It just never feels good. It never feels satisfying. It's like you literally get a gambling addiction because it's like, oh, this feels like good, but I feel empty when I'm pulling. But every time I pull a character, it feels like a little bit of that void is filled up, but I still feel empty. At least with a card game, if I go and pull a pack, I'm gonna feel satisfied because I cracked the pack up. I probably got a couple of cards I'm gonna use, and I'm gonna enjoy that. End of story, you know? That's just like what card games are like in a nutshell, and it makes me so fucking sad. You know, gacha games are for TikTok generation, it seems. Oh god. I mean, like, literally, I could go to fucking YouTube, right? Like, cause like I could go to YouTube and then I just find like a random video, like this video from 3 months ago, right? And it's like you sit here and like you see this guy who's doing 90 pulls. 90! And he's doing it just so that he can pull for the fucking, you know, chance at getting the character that he wants to get, because he wants the banner character. And so like he sits there and does a 90 pull because then he's actually guaranteed to pull an S rank. And I think that is like, you know, probably one of the saddest things about gacha games is because you're just like, you're sitting here and you see he's got 16 more pulls to get, because like he just pulled like in like, what is it, like 75 pulls, he pulled the Ellen Joe character. But you gotta think about that for a second. Like, he pulled 75 times just to try and get that character. Like, the fact that, you know, there are entire videos of this. Like, entire videos of people who sit there. I mean, I love the Hoyoverse because they spend money to get really good damn good animation and game art, but I know that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the problem, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Is because, like, you see people who will just sit there and do, like, here, let me do 90 pulls. Oh, this account is kind of shit for my pull rate. Let me go make another account so that I can get a better randomized chance with the player ID and hope that maybe I get a better pull rate this time. Oh, I didn't get a good account. Let me make another account. Like, there's so much grinding that happens. It's like Pokemon when you're trying to grind for, like, shiny starters. And people just do this over and over and over again just to go and try to get these S tiers And the fact that 90 pulls is like, what was it? Like 200 bucks or whatever, saying it? I think that's how much the 90 pulls were. Like, 200 bucks being spent, and you're not even guaranteed to get the character on the banner. Kinda sucks, doesn't it? Yeah! Well, actually, Saded, no. The video I just pulled up right here, this one right here, it has 8.7K views, right? I'm pretty sure 8,700 views is not enough to make $200. I think if you wanted to get like $200 off of that one in particular, you would need to actually go, and I'm pretty sure you would need to spend around, it would need to have at least triple to quadruple the views, I want to say. But yeah, no, like that's kind of the thing. Like if I were to go and look at like Genshin 90 pulls, right? This one right here has like 1.1 million views, and I'm gonna pull it up and see why. See, like they're just sitting there.
Was that 1 wish or was that 10? That was 10, right?
They're just sitting here and they're just like.
Was that 1 wish or was that 10? That was 10, right?
True, sponsors can definitely pay better for sure.
Oh my god. Wait, dude. All right. Hey, brother. There's just no.
Now this right here is so fucking unlikely, okay? That is such bullshit, okay? There is no way in hell. There is no way in fucking hell someone actually got 4 of those characters in a row. Like, I know that someone could get like 3, like someone did get like 3 Ganias. Like, I know that it's possible for you to actually have something like that happen. But like, even still though, like, you know what? You know what, here, if I were gonna play Genshin, you know how I would play it? I would probably do what some people do, where like they have like these private custom servers or whatever that like give you a crap ton of stuff so you can just get all of the characters you want pretty quickly. Cause I don't fucking feel like doing the gacha like that. But the likelihood of getting all of this is like, he didn't get just 5, he got 6. Yeah, the fact that he got 6 5-stars is ridiculous, you know? And it's just that's kind of the whole thing. Is that like you sit here and you just see this, like there's another video where another person pulled freaking 5 characters and it's crazy. It's absolutely insane seeing that kind of shit happen. And if it's possible, it's extremely rare. And I would never in a million years expect someone to actually get that, you know? But yeah, every video's short because why would you want to watch the person sit there? Because realistically speaking, why would you want to sit there and watch someone do a 10 pull or like do 90 pulls when you can just sit there and watch someone do a 10 pull and just be done with it? It makes for great short content, basically. That's why a lot of people just watch shorts, because you just get to see, like, you know, You get to see what you want to see, and then you get to just, like, you know, walk away. End of story. You know, luck actually happens in cluster. There will be a lot of winners in a specific area when it happens because it's been discovered that random numbers will form on turns up. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And, you know, and, like, that's kind of just the thing. Is it's like, you know... And, like, literally, there are some people, when they know about a character in the future, they'll sit there as a free-to-play player, and they'll just save up so they can do 370 wishes like this person right here. 370 as a free-to-play player. Can you imagine sitting there, spending half a year grinding out 50,000 Primo Gems just to do like over 300 pulls for a character? Imagine sitting there spending 6 months and never spending those Primo Gems. Imagine playing a gacha game and not doing the actual gacha part of the gacha game. Could you imagine doing that? That feels so empty and life-sucking. I would fucking hate myself if I ever did that. Because it would just freaking suck. It would not be fun. It would not be enjoyable. It would just be, honestly, it'd be kind of cringe, admittedly. You know? You spent 1 month in Genshin and all I got was a C2 or C3. I only have a C0 Raiden. Okay, Saded? I could only pull 1 Raiden in my game, and it fucking sucks. It fucking sucked, you know? Where I tried my best to pull her. And I got her. I eventually did get her, but I could never pull her again. Same thing with, like, Keking. I got Keking, or Kaching, or whatever her name is. But, you know, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. You sit there and you try, and it doesn't work. And this is why we don't play gacha games. But this is why we play TCGs, because at least with TCGs, you can buy the cards if you want to. You can buy your alt arts if you want to. Like, hey, you like Chopper, and you don't want his normal art, but you want his alt art like this right here? There you go. Buy the alt art. You're good to go. Oh, you just want the playset? You don't want to have to sink money into the boxes? All right, here you go. Here's your playset, you know? Just to get her. Oh, God, that sounds awful because her area is such a drag. Her area is such a drag, Saded, and I hate it. But, like, that's kind of the thing is, at least with TCGs, you're at least, you know, you can at least sit there and, like, you know, open up a box or whatever and straight up get cards you need. And even then, if you find an alt art, cool, you found yourself an alt art. If not, you could just buy yourself a playset of the cards. Like, I would feel a lot better spending, like, you know, 80 bucks on Valgavoth the Terror Eater, and just to have a playset of him. And yeah, Inazuma is a pain in the ass. That's kind of where I gave up. I beat that area, and then I was just done. I was just so burnt out, I couldn't continue. But, like, Valgoth, the Terror Eater, I sit there and I'm like, huh, you know, this feels right. I could spend $80 on this shit, but fucking, you know, fucking spending, like, you know, $80 on a gacha game, I can't justify that. Because ultimately, it's for a character I may or may not even use, and even if I do get a character, I can't just trade it away like I would want to, you know? And that's what fucking sucks. Like, the idea of, like, a card like this, where you can tap to add a plains or add a water mana, you know? And it sucks. Because, you know, it's stuff like this that feels way more worthwhile to invest in than to fucking, you know, invest in anything else. And when they shut down, you're left with nothing. Yeah, basically. That's the other thing that sucks is, like, once they're done, there is no going back to it. Like, hell, you know what's a game I remember? You know, there was a game I remember playing once upon a time. And, I remember playing this game, chat. I don't know if you guys ever played this game, but this is a gacha game that got shut down. You can you can still view the story, but you can't play the game. All that money gone. Why? Because fuck you. It's honestly ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. But on the bright side, you know, you can still view the story, right, chat? That's what you want, right? You want to view the story, right? On a mobile device. Like, nothing gets my motor running like watching this game and fucking, okay, let me put it like this, right? Let me put it like this. Hang on. So here you go. This is legitimately the game. If you're just sitting there, you get medals that have to be upgraded because, like, you know, gacha and all that. This is what the game looks like. All right? And the thing is, like, now all you can do is really watch the story and I guess view the medals you collected. But, like, if you notice, you don't exactly... Here's the thing. You could actually... This game was one of those games where if you didn't have the right medals, if your medals weren't the right combination of things, if it wasn't the right kind of strength, power, upgrade, whatever, you could actually get locked out of continuing forward and getting the full story because they wanted you to spend money. That's how bad it was. Like, this was a game you could not be free to play. And also, hi Liam, how you doing, hon? You could not be a free to play person in this game. But the thing is like, this is one of those instances with a gacha game that you cannot actually access your stuff anymore. You can't play it anymore. And yet it's actually an important story to Kingdom Hearts, actually. And that's what makes it even worse, you know? That's what makes it so worse, and you would actually spend months waiting. Also, here's the thing. You see that right there? That's 63,325? That's how many health bars that fucking enemy has. And so you had to basically get some of the best medals, which meant you were having to actually subscribe to the predatory practices just so that you could win the game, because those combos didn't really matter. And all that mattered is you had the right medal for the right job to kick its ass, and that was it. Yeah. Like, that was the problem, is like the medals, like, it didn't matter if you had the thing's weakness. You know, you actually straight up had to actually have the very specific medals that for your attacks to actually have an impact on beating certain enemies, so you could get locked out of being able to do stuff. And that's what's so unfortunate when it comes down to this stuff, because you sit there wanting to see the story, and you might as well, honestly, you might as well just wait and like watch one of these things, because it wasn't worth spending your money on it. Now it's not even worth downloading the app, because the app itself is fucking massive. I think it's like 10 gigs for a mobile game just to view all of this shit. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. But then on top of that, they released another thing that was focused on another character using the same engine, and you could play through that, but you couldn't play your original stuff. So it's like they shut down half of the servers, but kept the other half up for the other part of the game. It was so fucking stupid. And yet, that's where we were at with this game. And this is why gachas is really honestly kind of shitty. And where if you had to, I would always, always, always tell you, just play a fucking card game, bro. Hell, you don't even need to sit there. Like, I could literally come over. What the fuck was that? Like, I could literally just come over here, pull up something like the One Piece TCG simulator, the free online simulator that a person's been making in fucking Unity, right? And I can sit here with this, right? Uh-oh. Jesus Christ! Why? God. Fucking damn it. Alright. But yeah, chat, I didn't pass the vibe check. I can see that. Wait, why are you saying wow, Sadin? Why are you saying wow? Yeah, I know. God, Jesus Christ, that scared the ever-living crap out of me. Holy shit, Sadin. You proud of yourself, bro? Oh, wait, no, it was Saris. It was Saris that got me. Never mind. Fuck you, Saris. Fuck you in the ass. God. Anyways. Now, honestly, with One Piece, you can at least sit here. You know. Oh, I broke it. But One Piece has... There's a free card game simulator, so if you wanted to, you can actually build the card game. Alright? You could build decks and try them out for free if you wanted to, and that's A-okay. And that's a lot better than having to spend hundreds of dollars on a game that you may or may not enjoy, you know? It just fucking sucks. Saris, I swear to God, I will... You know what, Saris? You know what?
Hey, Saris. You know you want to just come over here for mommy and give me one of your tentacles, right? Just shove it down my throat already. You know Mama's gonna like it. As much as she likes that takoyaki. I'll even take you out to the finest McDonald's. Just so that I can go and get some of that sweet, sweet tentacle, you know? Because that just sounds so lovely. Don't you know? I know I would enjoy it. Mwah.
Oh, come on. Really, Saris? Nothing? Fucking nothing? Really? Wow. Wow. And here I was thinking I was gonna get a reaction out of Saris. Damn. Damn, bitch. God damn it. Well, you know what? Fuck you. But no, like, in all honesty to me, I just think that, you know, card games, I feel like I've kind of started to, you know, repeat myself a little bit, but I just feel like card games are like... It's okay, Stairs. I was doing some ASMR stuff. It's just like, I feel like card games are just the better way to go about if you have to play a game that has like gotcha mechanics, fucking just, you know, play a freaking card game. Don't play freaking, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, gotcha game, you know? Just play card game. It's not that hard. Motherfucker! God fucking damn it! Sonic! Why must you yeet me, chat? Why? Why? No! No! You know what? You know what? You know what? Fuck you. I'm making a poll, bitches. Now I'm ready to see how many people are gonna vote on this. You know, if you're gonna try and scare me, you could try a little bit harder, right? You know that, right? So how about you try a little bit harder, bitch? Ah! Jesus Christ! God damn it! What the fuck? Woo! God damn! Oh! Holy shit! Holy fuck nuggets, that was awful! God damn it! You know what?
Hey, Sonic. Gray. How about I come over there and show you what I did to your fiance last night? I'm gonna show you how I painted the town white with her, and I'm gonna do it to you. And then I'm gonna make her watch. Because that's what you deserve, you naughty boy. Alright. Alright. Now be a good boy and get back under the desk, bitch.
God damn. I need to fucking sit here and add that as a stream marker to get clipped later. Like, holy shit, that needs to be clipped. That needs to be clipped. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Also, I think the yeet command is on a cooldown, so I'm safe. See, I'm safe for another 3 minutes, basically. So we're good. We're fine. I mean, Gray, someone has to paint the town white, right? The town inside me, and I'm painting it white. Alright, I have some videos to watch that I promised I would watch. Sated, what do you have for me, bro? What do you have? Am I gonna regret this?
Songs you don't want to hear.
Oh no.
After eating Taco Bell.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, why? Wait! Wait! Jaguar! I'm on your surround sound? Oh, boy! That's That's right, Minnie. It's time for my mouse Tussie to get Oh my god. These are definitely songs I do not want to hear. These are definitely songs I would never expect to hear while being on a toilet. Hell, you know what? You know what? Technically speaking, my own theme song is something that would be great for hearing on a toilet. Like, just listen. We will fight to break free. I know that we can succeed. All it takes is you and me to persevere today. I know. So let's gather all our things and set out on adventures. I'm sure they can do. Our journey begins, my friends. It's time to get moving. Like, seriously, my own goddamn theme song fits really well with After Taco Bell. And also, you wanted a woo? You wanted a woo? Hoo! 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 Oh god, that made me dizzy. Holy shit. Anyways, let's see that other video from you, Sadie. What you got for me? What could you possibly have that's gonna give me energy, huh? Holy shit. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, I need to see that again. Hang on. God fucking damn it. That is beautiful. I fucking love that. In fact, here, I got some other stuff for you guys. God damn it. That is perfect. That is perfection right there.
Motherfuckers, come on.
Also, this is probably gonna make you cry.
Motherfuckers, come on.
Does this make you guys cry a little bit? I know this makes me cry. How does that even work? Here you go. A new toilet paper update dropped. It's just trash bags. I have no fucking idea what's going on there. The more you look at this, the worse it gets. And I mean, it gets so much worse. Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, Gandalf with Captain Picard with Spider-Man. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It hurts. It hurts my soul. And it has DC on it. This also hurts my soul. It's like, hey, little Timmy, I know where you can put your face. Like someone. That's like, you know what? That's the Catholic priest thing. Remember me, Clippy? I'm here to remind you about your car's exterior. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, don't ever try to wash carrots in a freaking washer. That's not gonna work. Okay. Also, someone cut that label. You know what? That label probably is gonna taste good in their stomach, you know? Someone's gonna probably enjoy that in their stomach. Also, exactly, Jaguar, exactly. Also, who the fuck puts a goddamn banana on a fucking hot dog bun? What the fuck? What is this? Why? I don't. I don't. You know, if they're gonna put if you're gonna put the banana on a hot dog, can you at least put some chocolate syrup on it, please? Please?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
A little bit, Lynn. Also, hi, Leona. How you doing, hon? Honestly, just put some chocolate on there and some whipped cream and it'd be good. Like, and then you got an accordion. A fucking accordion hooked up to a tire trying to fill the tire up. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Also... You know this would heal something deep within inside you, right? Please, chat, tell me that you would feel good if you push someone you really hate down these stairs. Could you imagine? Another symptom of Gen Z? I mean, that's fair. Could you imagine? And some of the comments are like, and just like that, I'm calling my dad for the first time in 15 years. And just before, whisper, have a nice trip. The sound of your screams are my favorite song. Like, God. Like, I would hate to be the one getting pushed down this. But at the same time, could you imagine? Could you imagine? You want to say it, but it's wrong for this chat? What? Are you saying you would, Jaguar? Are you saying you would push someone down those stairs? I do to see they end up falling down the steps like a metal slinging. I mean, to be fair, I would too, admittedly. I would too. I'm literally smiling so much right now from this, because I'm just like, so many people I could push down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cheap birth control. You know what? Yeah, that is cheap birth control. Also, okay, normally chat, normally I don't get political here, okay? And I'm gonna get up close and personal, okay? I don't normally get political here. However, this next video I'm gonna show you, chat, is a video I thought was like a holy goddamn, I can't believe I've seen someone. Okay, anyways, I have never seen someone get roasted so hard in my entire life, but it was so great because this guy literally looked like he was straight up came prepared for this speech. He literally looked like he was prepared for it. And so I have to show this to you because it got me to laugh really hard.
Kamala Harris's extreme pro-abortion stance is morally indefensible. Wow, okay, we're gonna take this chair. Look at that.
Hey, Ben.
Like a bro, my friend. All right.
I'm a transgender man.
Okay.
I've experienced SA.
Okay.
And abortion rights affect me directly. So, if we're talking about the American dream that you live, why don't I have access to that? Because there's no legislation, in the history of America, that legislates a man's body, so why does mine have to be legislated? I've got a vagina.
I'm not interested in what your genitalia are.
Clearly you are. I mean, it's all over everything you make, buddy. I'm sorry. I hate to say it to you, but
I think you can read on my face that I
obsession
radically
you
am
guys
not.
have.
I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. When we're talking about
No,
abortion,
I don't. I mean, you can present it here, but in most of the content that you have, you attack my community constantly. And you don't even realize guys like me exist, who actually share a lot of similarities to you and everything, because I'm a married man of 20 years. Got a wife.
I recognize that you exist. I disagree with your
Right,
claim
so
that you
if
are a
I
male.
was sexually assaulted, right, and I didn't have access to that abortion care, do you believe that I should have carried that child to term because
What does
I
this
was
have to-
sexually assaulted?
I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that that's what you believe. Because as a transgender man, I have seen your side of the entire political debate, never ever having the conversation of what an American freedom is. Because why am I not allowed to live my American freedom as a man? You know, I mean, you get your choice as a man to live and free and all that.
You're really moving around terminology very wildly here.
And so are you, because that's the tactics you play in your game. And you've done it the entire time. You've jumped from one subject to the next. You speak so fast, and I know how you work. So how does it feel to have it in your face?
Well, I mean...
Because I'm sick and tired of the shit that you have put against my community, especially black trans women. Because you constantly disregard all of our needs and then use us politically as a pawn when we're 1% of the population. Why not focus on the economy itself? All of us are struggling, and you want to focus on trans people. You want to focus on a black woman when this is clearly a glass cliff situation. America's falling apart, and let's give it a woman right when it's all falling apart, when we'd had, 50 men run it and it looks like shit? Look at where we're at. Truly, where do you think that we're heading? I mean, it's so funny to watch white supremacy just fall apart the way that it is, and you ride so hard. Because guess what? In other countries around the world, women are not having children. And why is it? Because of the patriarchy and all the violence that men perpetuate, and all of this idea that abortion is somehow going to solve it all by forcing women to have abortion instead of focusing on the real problems that we're facing in our society. We're just going to completely ignore that, and we're just going to go, you know what? The line item is, let's make women have babies so that we can continue this capitalistic society that we have. Why are we doing that? What? I mean, why? Because you want to push white supremacy and because you want to make your check? It does great for you? Meanwhile, people like me have to live with the consequences of all of your rhetoric that you put on a daily basis. And including my entire community and the intersectionalities of black women, men that experience SA, trans people, everyone that comes in. And I'm so sick of the idea that you can come in with this bravado, that you're this big guy that knows things because you can talk fast, you have statistics. But really, what does it really matter at the end of the day if you are harming the entire American... This guy's been accused of rape. Trump. In, court documents, and you're backing the guy. You have children. How could you do that to your own... Don't you have a daughter? What is wrong with you, dude? I've never seen such a party just completely the American idea, what we believe in as a country, is not what you're perpetuating. It's diversity. It's giving you tired, hungry, and poor. The Google phone you have in your pocket is because of all of the diversity we've had. Pleasure to meet you.
Kamala Harris's extreme pro-abortion stance is morally indefensible.
The way he just ended it by being putting his hand out, pleasure to meet you, you dick. That is a speech that someone prepared, that someone was ready to go at. And honestly, the fact that this guy was straight up ready to absolutely destroy this guy, it was kind of insane. Was that Vance? I don't think it was Vance. I don't know who it was, but the point is, it was crazy to actually see that kind of destruction, that kind of absolute speechlessness that happened there. You don't just sit there and come into that and just say, oh, that clear. No. You come in and you say that kind of shit when you know you're ready to destroy shit. When you know that it's gonna go down, you know? Like, holy fuck. It's honestly, it's amazing. It's amazing seeing that kind of shit happen. And it really goes to show what happens when you have someone who actually researches their shit. He was not allowed to talk. I mean, yeah, that is true. He wasn't allowed to talk, but like, at the end, he was admittedly a little bit more on the speechless side, though. Because even at the end, it's like there wasn't anything for him to really say. Because what do you say to something like that? Because you do realistically see that one way or another. You do see that kind of stuff, unfortunately, you know? But I don't want to get into like the whole political side of it. It's just like, it's just the way that he came in so well prepared. That was crazy, you know? Literally came in with that Master Riz confidence. Literally came in with that like with how shocked it was. And it's just crazy, you know? Absolutely crazy. Well, look up the follow-up comments. I bet you, considering, I don't, sated. Here's the thing. You want to see the comments on that video? Okay. Let's go and look at the comments on that video.
Kamala Harris is...
Because here's the thing. You just see people basically congratulating that person. Because the person in question over here, it does not exactly speak a lot of truth. He does have a lot of... The problem is that Ben Shapiro... I'm gonna be honest with you. He does say a lot of shit that's not, how you say, agreeable? I would definitely, this is why I don't want to get into this whole topic, because I don't want to turn this into a political discussion and have like a whole thing about like why Ben Shapiro is kind of a douchebag and all that shit. I really don't want to get into that, okay? I really do not want to get into this shit. All right, Saded, because this is gonna spark a comment. This is gonna spark a discussion. Yeah, let's move on because I don't wanna, yeah, we're not a political stream and I don't wanna cause issues. I just wanted to show something I thought was kind of impressive either way. The point is, you know, yeah. How long is the delay, Saded? Hang on. How long of a delay, chat, are we dealing with here? Like, about 15 seconds? Okay. Yeah, because on the YouTube end over here, I accidentally forgot to put low latency on, and so as a result, it's about 15 seconds, like 10, 15 seconds behind where it normally wouldn't be because it was on normal latency, which is admittedly kind of obnoxious. But anyways, chat, you know, there is something I thought I just saw that's kind of curious here. And it's the difference between a PS5, PS5 Pro, and an RTX 4. Actually, okay, chat. Before I pull that up, you guys want to see something really stupid? I was doing some comparisons, right? All right, here. So, I want to show you guys something really interesting. All right, it's a thing with GPUs, graphics cards. Cause I was having this conversation with Tessa, right? And so, one of the things that really shocked me, okay? Oh my God, Gray, really, bro? Really, bro? Oh, Jesus, fuck! God damn it! Why? Why do you fucking keep throwing me, bitch? Do you really enjoy throwing me, bro? Am I that easy to throw? Am I that light? Am I really that light, Sonic? That you could just throw me that easily? Like, really? Jesus Christ. Well, anyways, so I wanted to talk about this because I think this is so interesting, right? So recently, if you guys didn't hear, I managed to find an EVGA NVIDIA GTX card, right? Oh my God. It's the yeet command, Jaguar, that you see people do. The trash command doesn't work yet, Hailstone. Oh my God, Gray. Oh my God. Anyway, so yeetable short stack. Oh my God. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, yeah, you're not wrong. Anyways, moving on. Anyway, so I recently came across a freaking GTX 970 EVGA graphics card that was brand new for like $50, and I picked it up, okay? Now, I was looking at this, right? And I just thought it was interesting that a GTX 1080 Ti is 152%, right? Now, you know what's really weird about this? Okay, are you ready for this? Watch what happens if I compare a 2080 Ti to it, right? The 2080 Ti is only a 26% increase, right? Now then, are you ready for this? Let me just pull up a 3060 Ti. Are you ready for this? A 3060 Ti is the same, is like a 4% increase over a GTX 1080 Ti in terms of performance, okay? Now, hang on. Wait for it. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna pull up a 4060 Ti, right? A 4060 Ti is only a 17% increase over a GTX Ti. That's a 1080, right? Why the fuck the 16 series cards only goes up to 60 class? I don't fucking know, Lena. I don't know. But anyways, look at that. Like, I think this is so interesting, right? Because, like, if I then go to a 4070, okay? The 4070 has a 50% increase over the 1080 Ti. But on the flip side, if I get the 4070 TS, that's 100% increase. But if I get a 4090, it's a fucking 200% increase. It's triple the fucking power of a fucking 1080. But then, like, if I were to go and look up that 970 again, right? It's a 654% increase over the 970. But if I look at the 4060, it's 150% of an increase. Hi, Batman. How you doing, hon? But I legitimately, I had to sit here and I had to question things for a second, right? I had to question the fact that a 3060 is 100% increase over a 970. Realistically speaking, if you got yourself a 970 as a budget GPU, you're gonna be fine, honestly. Being on YouTube, I know. But here's the thing, it's like, I'm actually shocked at this, that even in 2024, a GTX 970 is actually not a bad GPU. It's not a bad graphics card. The fact that it can still do modern gaming pretty decently, like, literally, you wouldn't play freaking Red Dead Redemption 2? It can handle it at like 40 frames a second. And that's perfectly playable. And that's on like, you know, medium to max set, like medium to high settings at 1080p. The fact that the 970 can actually do modern games is shocking to me. The fact that a 1080 Ti is literally like, I sit here, right? I sit here and I look at the 4090 and I compare it to 1080 Ti, and I'm like, I would be legitimately sitting there and I'm like, you know, the fact that a 1080 Ti only has a 200% increase for the 4090 can do a lot for being so old. Exactly, Sadie. That's kind of my thing here. Is that a 1080 Ti can sit there. Like, hell, let me look at the 1660 Ti, right? The 1660 Ti, admittedly, is definitely getting its ass kicked by the 4090. But the fact that a 1080 Ti is actually just straight up not a bad investment, right? Like, if I saw one of those laying around, I would absolutely pick it up. Because the fact is that it's doing that, the fact that, like, you know, sure, 200% of an increase is nothing to snuff at, is like nothing to, like, you know, laugh at with a freaking 4090. But honestly, if I had to, I would rather just stick with the $237 GPU. Like, I would rather stick with a $230 GPU over a fucking $1,800 GPU, you know? I know, Jaguar, I know. Because, like, even with the 4070 as a 50% increase, here's the thing, again, I would rather buy the $237 GPU over the $500 one, just because of the fact it's like a Volvo. It might be old, but it still runs good. Exactly, Sadie. That's what I'm actually just so shocked about this, is that I look at this and I'm like, holy shit. If you have a 1080 Ti, you legit have like almost zero reason to fucking upgrade your GPU. You know, like, if I were to go to YouTube and be like, all right, hey chat, we're gonna look up like a 1080 Ti, hang on, 1080 Ti in 2024, and look at like the 1080 Ti on something like Cyberpunk 2077, because I'm very curious to see how this handles it, right? Because I don't think, I get this feeling it's gonna do really well. Like, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Han Yaps, how you doing, hun? Wow. At 1440p, it can get almost up to 60 FPS. Holy shit. Death Flavor Fanta, I've never had it. FSR isn't bad, Lena. FSR is really not that bad. It's actually really decent, actually. But even still, like, this is shocking to me, though. Like, you know, sure, even with no FSR, like, look at that. With FSR on quality, tastes like sour apple. Okay, that sounds amazing, Yeps. On your 1660, well, you know, and that's the thing, stated 30 FPS is perfectly playable. And that's what I'm looking at here, is the fact that literally on quality, at 1080p, you're getting 60 frames a second. That's insane. On 1080p, you get, like, you know, 70 frames. But even still, though, like, that is fucking impressive as hell to me. That someone can sit there and play this game, play Cyberpunk 2077 at fucking 80 frames on a 1080 Ti, you know? Like, it is insane that a graphics card as old as that can do so fucking well on this stuff, you know? Oh, that's just because you despise AI graphics? I mean, that's fair. I remember back in the day playing Cyberpunk with 30 FPS on your Ryzen. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, you know, actually seeing how well a GPU like that works, it really makes it feel like you don't even need to use a goddamn... Like, here's another one that compares.
My GameCube.
Like, here's another one that compares real quick, right? A 3060. A fucking 3060. Against a goddamn motherfucking 1080 Ti. And somehow the freaking 1080 Ti is kicking its goddamn ass. That is genuinely impressive to me. That is genuinely impressive to me. Like, granted, it's not that much of a difference, right? But the fact that, like, you know, it's sitting here and it's on par with a 3060. Have I seen the performance of the 8500G? I have not, Lena. I have not. But the thing is, to me, is this is just genuinely impressive because I'm watching a graphics card that's almost a decade old actually still performing with modern games. Like, honestly? God. The top APU, you know what? I'll have to check that out. But, like, honestly, if I had to, right? Like, granted, you know, it's not doing as well with all these settings for Cyberpunk, but, like, if I had to, chat, I would almost... There's a part of me that would almost want to rather use a GTX 1080 Ti over a 3060 Ti right now, just because of the way it works. Like, I would almost downgrade my GPU for the GTX right now. That's like how crazy this is to me, to actually see how impressive this actually is. You know, the fact that the GTX keeps up with this shit is just God. Fucking God, you know? Holy shit. The GTX 1080 Ti is just straight up kicking the 3060's ass in almost every category. How is this fucking possible? Like, holy shit. Like, just holy fucking shit. That is just so impressive to me. Forza on extreme settings at 1080p. Like... God, okay, you know what? Hang on. I need to do something here real quick. PC part picker, all right? Let me do something real quick, okay? You guys ready for this? I'm gonna build a budget PC right now, okay? And we're gonna build around the 1080 Ti, okay? We're gonna build around the 1080 Ti. Given the fact that you can find them for a decent price, we're not gonna worry too much. Cause like right now, okay, here, let me look at something right here. 1080 Ti, okay? If I wanted to buy a 1080 Ti, depending on where you go, like Amazon has it for 300, another place has it for, about 300-400, okay. So, what we're gonna do here is, I'm gonna just go and get the 1080 Ti, and we're gonna make sure, we're gonna go for this one right here that's an EVGA, right? Alright, we're gonna get that. We're gonna choose a CPU, okay? And since we're trying to keep it under budget right now, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna go with? We're gonna go with a, let's see here. We'll go with an Intel i9 12th gen processor, okay? Then, you know what? Let's go with the Corsair iQ H100 RGB Lite. That way it all works out well. Let's get ourselves a decent motherboard. So let's go with a, we don't need like the best one, but let's go with a ASRock B660M, okay? Then we're gonna get some RAM, and we're gonna want at least 32 gigs. So we're gonna go with the Corsair Vigits 32 gig. And we're gonna just make sure, we're gonna be cheap on it. We don't actually need, oh, actually, no, let's go for the Ripsaw. This is budget, okay, Lena, hang on. Just wait, you're gonna see what's gonna happen. Why an i9 saying it? I will explain my logic here in a second, okay? You'll understand my logic. Just give me a second here. Then I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna put together a, honestly, we're gonna want an NVMe 2. So let us go with the Western Digital, okay? Yes, the 12th gen. Lena, 12900K is 12th gen, okay? Not 12,900, okay? All right? I'm not going that crazy, okay? Now then, we're also gonna go with something like, we want our case to have pretty good airflow, but we don't want to break the bank. Just go for the i5 and save money. I mean, I could save it, but I have logic here, okay? All right. Let's go with, ooh, the fractal design, yes. Because the fractal design is going to keep the sound pretty quiet. It's going to be pretty good. And then we're going to want to have at least a power supply that has gold standard. So let's go with this one right here. That's a gigabyte. Then we're not going to worry about operating system or anything like that. Okay, Lena, here, I'll choose a different CPU, okay? I'll go with the i5. Please, for an i5 with an i9 with a 1080, okay? The idea is you don't want to have too much of a bottleneck, right? In either direction. So, you know, I'm leaving room, okay? I'm leaving room for a build, for the build here to actually have a computer that if you want to upgrade things like the GPU in the future, you can, okay? That's why I was going with the i9 12th gen, because granted, yes, you could go and save yourself a little bit of money with the i5 12th gen or an i7. Like, the thing is that the i9 right here, okay, you know what? Okay, you got a good point. So let me just go with the i5 here, okay? Look, i5 12th gen. There you go. All right, here. Here's the thing. This entire build right here, okay? This entire build is a little over $1,000. Now, I know you may say that that's not like, you know, you might say that that's not like, you know, cheap and that's not budget, but here's the thing. Realistically, you need to ask yourself, okay, Lena, here's another thing I'm thinking about, okay? Freaking Microsoft, if you have to deal with Windows 11, freaking AMD gets kind of fucked over by Microsoft at the moment, okay? So why would I want to build a PC around an AMD Ryzen processor when freaking Windows 11 has so many goddamn issues with it? I literally switched to an Intel PC system, okay? I literally switched to an Intel system because AMD gets fucked over so much if you're on Windows 11, okay? If you want to go down the Linux route, then sure, we could build a whole AMD thing. I mean, that is true. You got Windows 10, Lena, but here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I am thinking, okay? I am thinking about the average person, right? Like, let's say you're someone who doesn't actually think about this stuff and you're asking for a budget build that can let you play games, do all of this stuff you want to do on Windows, and you don't want to deal with the pop-ups of Windows trying to force you to upgrade to Windows 11, okay? I get that, you know, a lot of people here understand that and know how to get around that, but I'm thinking, okay, about the average person, right? The average Joe who would sit there and just rather deal with Windows 11 rather than deal with, you know, constantly ignoring and hitting decline, okay? That's kind of where my mindset's at. Because let's just, like, you know, let's just sit here and, you know, go and pretend for a second, okay? Oh my fucking god. Okay, you know what, Lena, look, let me start out new, okay? So, let's start out with the 7800, okay? The because we want the GPU we're gonna go with, right? Is the Radeon RX 7800. Yes, saying it, is that correct? So let's just say we go with one, and it's gonna be like 469. Now then, let's go with the CPU, okay? Now then, or are we talking about the 7800 CPU? Yeah, the 7800. It is the best for gaming, so let's go for that real quick. We're gonna go for the 1080 Ti again, okay. So we're gonna go with the 1080 Ti, and we're gonna make sure it's the one that is the EVGA one right here. All right, okay. Now let's choose a CPU cooler. Again, we're gonna go with liquid cooling to keep that CPU nice and cool. Trust me on this, or if hell, you know what, here, let me make it cheaper. Let's use a fucking cooler that's air powered, okay? So, let's go with the thermal right, okay? Now then, let's choose a motherboard, and we're gonna go with... All right, let's go with something like the MSI Pro B650. It's $139, or actually, hang on. Let's go with the ASRock Lightning Wi-Fi for $130, okay? The video card is a 1080, okay? Now, we need to pick our memory. Let's get ourselves some RAM, and we're gonna need to get ourselves some... Let's just say we want a minimum of 32 gigs, right? So, let's just make sure we get ourselves 32 gigs of RAM. All right, now let's choose a case. And you're probably gonna be very sad about seeing this price, okay? Now then, for our power supply, we're gonna need roughly 750 watts, give or take, right? Okay, so chat, would you like to know about the goddamn price of this? Okay? So, Lena, is this a budget build to you? I mean, yeah, that is true. It is a little overpriced. It is definitely on the overpriced side. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, okay? I haven't even added storage in, so let's make sure we got at least, like, you know... Let me add in this, okay? We're at $1,300. So, Lena, if you could do better, what would you fucking change here, huh? Because here's the thing, if I were to go change out the CPU, let's choose a different one. Let's choose, I don't know, let's choose... All right then, Lena, here, look, you see how this is $280 for 7,800 or 770, right? Now, I would literally, to get it down below the price that you are talking about, I would need to, like, find myself a processor that is way, way further down than I care to admit. Like, let's say we went with the 8500G, right? Or 8600G. Let's add that. Then, now we need to change out. Now I need to go and change out the motherboard, right? So let me choose a different motherboard. All right, what are we gonna choose here? Okay, let's choose this motherboard. Hey, look, Lena! It came out to the same goddamn fucking price! So, Lena! For literally $25 more, okay? Okay, like for about $15 more, I effectively made a computer with a processor that's more compatible with Windows, and on top of that, had a better upgrade path, had a motherboard that was gonna work well, on top of having, you know, decent RAM, on top of having the storage and all of that shit. The problem is, okay? The problem is, yeah, that's the thing, is like, Saded, would you agree, Saded, that the initial build that I came up with, okay? Hang on. Yeah, to play current games. So, Saded, would you agree that the initial build that I came up with the change to an i5 processor was admittedly a decent price for a gaming PC? Because I think I actually did pretty good at making it a budget computer for the price that I was able to get it to. Like, I don't think you can get it much cheaper than that, you know? Oh, God damn it, Liam. Why are we eating me? Like, literally. That's it. The problem is there a budget PC. I would actually go out on a limb right now, okay? To say that a fucking budget PC is probably going to be like an $800 PC is probably going to be shit tier compared to just spending the extra $200 to get the computer running, you know? Because God, hang on. Let me just see what someone actually could do for about $800. What is someone actually able to build, okay? All right, here we go. Here we go. We got ourselves an AMD. Let me just look at this real quick. We got an AMD build right here that is a $810 build. We have a AMD Ryzen 5 3600. We got a B550M board. We got 32 gigs of RAM. We got 1 terabyte NVMe with a XFX Speedster Quick 308 Black Radeon RX 7600 8 gigabyte our video card. We got ourselves a mini tower case. We got a wireless network adapter, a 650 watt power supply, and plenty of fans, plus a freaking RGB addressable fan hub. I'm pretty sure 200 FPS on GTA 5, which is already really fucking optimized. 1,000 frames on Minecraft modded with Forge is actually kind of impressive, but there's a lot more there. And Fortnite at 400 frames, again, all of those games are extremely optimized games, so that doesn't really, I mean, except for Minecraft, that's not really that impressive of stats for that kind of PC build, right? So let's look at another build. Let's look at this one right here. And this one uses a 5800X. Somehow, wait. How the hell did they get a Ryzen 7 5800X for $20? And they got 32 gigabytes of RAM for $20? No. No, that's an invalid build. That is an absolute 110% invalid build there. Like... This one right here is about $786. 5700G. On your local store, the cheapest gaming PC is around 1K. Yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Like this one right here, 5700G, not terrible. B550, okay. 32 gigs of RAM, okay. Terabyte of storage, okay. A Radeon RX 660, like... That's kind of the thing, is that actually building a PC, like, hang on. Let me see what's the cheapest I could get. Like, what would a 970 cost? Like, if I wanted to get a GTX 970, like, I got mine for, like, you know, $50 for that 970. I understand that it's hard to get them like that, but like realistically, like let me just see what I can pull. A 4060 for $292, okay? The 4060, it's not the worst thing, but it's not the... Really, Lena? All right, chat. Lena just sent me the build that they made, okay? So, let's see. We got a Ryzen 5 5600 6-core processor. Okay. You got the B550 Gaming Gen 3 ATX motherboard. Okay. You got 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM. You're realistically going to need 32 gigs in this day and age. You got a terabyte of hard drive storage. Realistically, you're gonna want 2. You got the ASRock Challenger Radeon RX 6600 8 gigabyte video card. Is that even a good video card? Like, hang on. I need to look this up. The RX 660 versus a 3060, okay? I need to see something real quick. Hang on. Let me just look at this. A 3060, okay? Like, I get you just got yourself like a $200 GPU, but for $80 more, hell, for fucking like what I was looking at, okay? For 90. Okay, Lena, I get that. But the problem is, you know, that 8 gigabytes is admittedly gonna kill you. And honestly, I would rather put more freaking, you know, you'd saved yourself $150. But realistically speaking, with those specs, I don't even know how well that would actually run things, okay? Like, if you try to do streaming, that ain't working. You're not streaming on that. If you're gaming, like, hang on. I need to see the RX 6600. I need to see at this point how much this actually works, okay? For what you picked. I need to know. Let me just see how it does with something like Cyberpunk. Okay, I get that, Lita, but I need to see how this handles Cyberpunk. Okay, so it's using an i5 11th gen. God, but that GPU is basically maxed out. And that's on 1080p medium. Oh, okay, 1080p low, and it's struggling. At 1080p high, like, sure, it's at 60 frames, but you're maxing that out. Like, it's definitely doable, but you're really scratching the bottom of the barrel, admittedly, okay? Here's the thing, it's doable, but you are scratching the bottom of the barrel, and you're gonna be right back where you're gonna be. Literally, you're gonna be right back there a year later, okay? Just because of the fact that you tried to skip out on the price on like making it cheap, Lena. Like, the thing is, like, yes, you saved yourself, like, you know, I mean, that's super budget, you know? That is super budget. Like, I was at least trying to build a PC that focused on, like, you know, at least being able to, you know, not need to be upgraded immediately and still be budget. Like, the PC I was building that's $1,000 was gonna be something that actually handled stuff more, you know? I would rather, you know, save up an extra $100 for the PC I was building just so I didn't have to, like, you know, upgrade as frequently, you know, Lena. That's, like, the one thing. A person, there's a whole saying, if you go and buy a boot for $10, you're gonna constantly be buying that boot for $10. God damn it! Holy shit! You're gonna constantly be rebuying and spending more money on those boots versus if you spend, like, $100 on boots, on a pair of boots, you're basically gonna use those boots and they're gonna last you a long ass time. The thing is that trying to be that cheap is not the way to go. The fact that sure, it's impressive you got it down to like $650, but for an extra, you know, $350, you can keep yourself from needing to upgrade the PC nearly as much, okay? And also, by the way, this all started because I wanted to see what the difference is between the PS5, the PS5 Pro, and then like a PC with the 4090. If you don't want to play newer games, that's fine, Lena. That's completely fine. More power to you on that. That's why I'm like, for me, again, hello, Moro, how you doing, hon? Here's the thing, for me, I'm considering whether or not the person in question, okay? The person in question, if they are wanting a system to handle modern games, that's what I'm considering. I'm not considering like, hey, let's just build a PC for retro, but I'm considering an actual PC that's for like the modern gamer, okay? But anyways, I wanted to see this. This is what brought it up, is this. The PS5 versus the PS5 Pro versus a PC.
I think it's clear. Ellie. Ellie, your arm. No. No.
You're not Gray. Honestly? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest here. I can't see a difference, chat. I can't see a difference between the PS5 Pro and the PS5. Like, maybe the shading is slightly different on the PS5 Pro. But, like, the PC obviously looks the best, okay? The PC one definitely shows a difference, but between the PS5 Pro and the PS5, I can't see that much of a difference. Like, I am actually looking right now. I am trying to see a difference. And aside from some slight differences, yeah, it has the weird ass gray filter. Like, aside from some differences, I can't tell if the PS5 or the PS5 Pro is that different. Also, Prom, you might need a refresh. And yeah, the PC does. Yeah, Prom, I forgot to change it to low latency. That's why there's a delay. Trust me, there's no 2 to 3 minute delay, okay? But yeah, that is, oh God, like, Sonic, let's not get into the fact that there are indeed actually PS5 exclusive, but anyways. So, I need to see PS5 versus PS5 Pro. I need to see, like, there's no way. There is no way. Okay. I have not played the Def Jam games. I mean, okay, cool. Performance mode looks a little bit... I mean... Okay, I see that the PS5 Pro makes it a little bit clearer, but like, like it's sharper. Like, even against performance smooth versus the Pro, like, sure, it's smoother. But like, I'm sorry. It's not worth the upgrade. It's not worth the upgrade. I'm sorry, no. Like, okay, let me put it like this. The regular PS5 is being sold still, right? I would still buy the regular PS5 before the PS5 Pro. As someone who played Rebirth, okay? The difference is fucking negligible! Why?
Ever taken a dip before?
Like, okay, on graphics mode, it is slightly clearer, okay? Like, I am looking at the difference in detail here. It is slightly sharper, slightly clearer. And And yes, the frame rate is slightly better, okay? The frame rate is like at a consistent 60 frames instead of 30. But even still, though, no. 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 Fucking no. This is not worth it. Like, hang on. Hang on. Okay, if I wanted a 4K TV right now, the cheapest you can find one is like $130, okay? And granted, last I checked, most people don't fucking have a 4K TV! Right? So like, here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. If you're on a 1080p TV, right? You're not gonna notice the difference. In FPS on something like Apex, I mean, you're not gonna notice it if you're on the console because it's gonna be locked, but like, here's the thing though. Here's the thing, you're not gonna notice the difference on a 1080p TV, admittedly. You're not gonna notice the difference on a, unless you're on a 4K TV, you're not really gonna notice the difference because the game is just not, like, that's why you don't do consoles on PC. It's always better. The only problem is you get stutter or low frame rates, but graphics are the same on every PC. I mean, that is true, but freaking getting a video game console is admittedly cheaper than fucking getting a PC. Like, honestly, let me put it like this, okay? Like, if I were to go and get a PS5, right? I could buy one for like, you know, $500, okay? That is gonna be cheaper than buying a computer that can run Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sated. And so as a result, I would argue buying a console is still cheaper because if I buy two consoles, I've bought a PC at that point. And so I have to ask myself, is it better to buy a PC that can maybe run this game with some stutters, or buy a console that I know won't stutter but keeps like a consistent 30 frames a second? Again, it kind of comes down to the priority stuff. Like for me, you know, I had to do that myself because trying to play something like that kind of game on a PC is not gonna go well, you know? That is true, Sadie, you're right. I think at the end of the day, though, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I think it entirely depends upon what someone wants, though. Like, if I'm wanting to be a streamer, but I don't care about mods, then maybe, you know, having the most powerful PC isn't the biggest thing. But if I want to have a PC that can do that stuff, then I probably want to invest more on having a more powerful PC for that. It really does depend, like, you know, on what you want to do, on what it is you're looking for, and it's really hard to tell, you know? Lena, I believe that was only on, like, the 360, and the PS5 is rendering it at 1080p, actually. There's no way, hang on. What is FF Rebirth internal resolution PS5? Hi, Lazy. How you doing, hon? Like, Lena, I think that really depends on what game you're looking at, admittedly. Admittedly, I think that's just the game you're looking at, because I don't think that that every single game is at, you know, that 900p and then scaled up. That doesn't make sense. I mean, to be fair, if the game's not optimized, that would make sense. But, like, here's the thing, though. Even if it is, it kind of shows that, you know, you're not going to notice that shit. Never. I mean, that is true to say. Like, I love playing modded Cyberpunk, okay? But, admittedly, at the time, my PC couldn't handle Cyberpunk modded and multitasking because it just took up everything. Hell, it is still a fucking struggle to fucking try and run that on my PC because my graphics card needs an update in order to handle all of that, because that right now is the bottleneck, especially if I want to stream it. You know, like if I'm sitting there and I'm playing the game, fine, whatever. You know, I can handle that, but the second I try to multitask, it throws a fucking fit, okay? It throws a fucking fit and it's not happy. You can switch the watermark of the version and no one know? What do you mean by that, Satan? What? I'm confused. Also, Lita, downloading more RAM doesn't help. Freaking adding more RAM to the computer doesn't help when you need more VRAM. That's the biggest issue, is VRAM is where, like, the bottleneck ends up coming in. Because the GPU doesn't even get fully maxed out with Cyberpunk. It's just that the VRAM does, and so you need, like, that extra headroom. Oh. Yeah? Literally, you could straight up just switch the watermark and no one would even know. You're absolutely right. You are 110% right. Like, holy shit. I would never have thought about that. Holy fuck. Like... Yeah, I can't. I literally can't. This is like... The difference is so minimal. Like, sure, the frame rate's better. If you want that smooth... If you actually want a consistent 60 frames per second... Sure, that's fantastic. But, like... If you don't... If you just want a normal, you know... If you don't care about that, then you're gonna be fine, honestly. Like, the PS5 Pro, it just is not necessary. Imagine the guy for Final Fantasy, yes, that's amazing. I'm actually really excited for that, too. Old GPUs from AMD, Vega lineup actually had some tech get put in place in order to allow you to use the system memory for GPU. Honestly, that would be nice. Hey, you guys remember when they had, like, the whole SLI thing to allow you to use dual GPUs and that failed? Yeah, that was a thing. But at the end of the day, you know... Yeah. God. You used to play with 20 FPS, I refuse to let go below 60 ever again. Honestly, here's the thing. 30 FPS is still playable. 60 is definitely ideal with a lot of this shit, and it's beautiful to look at. But admittedly, here's the thing. Admittedly, at the end of the day, yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's not worth dealing with, okay? It is legitimately not worth, like, you know, the PS5 really isn't worthwhile, okay? Like, I've been, like, just looking at it, it's honestly kind of shocking to me to just think about the fact that, you know, the PS5 Pro even exists, because it really does show that, you know, our technology is kind of, you know, if the game is made in 30, runs good 5, but if they can go over to 60, That's fair. That's fair, Satan. Though I will admit, there are times where a game does look a bit weird when it's at 60, and some games have physics that are locked to the frame rate, and that can really fuck with things, so it really does depend, admittedly. But I mean, you got a point either way. But, you know, I'm actually gonna do a poll real quick, just because I'm curious, okay? Wrong thing, I didn't mean to start a Q&A, hang on. There we go. Yeah, like, you know, Skyrim over 60 frames per second is absolutely insane, admittedly. Like, if I ever saw Skyrim at 60 FPS, I would fucking be like, you know, I actually will admit, Skyrim at 60 FPS is amazing, honestly. Skyrim at 30 FPS definitely feels weird. So I'm definitely there. But yeah, also chat, I just put a poll up because I'm curious on how you guys feel about me starting an hour earlier than normal, because this 6 p.m. definitely feels different. It's very interesting to me. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about it, but I'm curious to see how you guys feel about it. I will also put this up as a poll in the Discord. Wait, I missed a video redeem? Oh, I did. Hang on. Let me go ahead and get you that video up. But yeah, I'm gonna be putting this poll up in the Discord as well.
At your tuners. Every day's great at your tuners.
Layla! You motherfucker! You had to get it in! You couldn't just leave it to the goddamn car! It had to be that, didn't it? It had to be the goddamn video! You motherfucker! Ooh. If you can play a game, you're happy. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, admittedly. That is admittedly how I feel. But you know, guys, you know what? I think, though, we are at that 5-hour mark. Wow, I actually kind of recovered way faster than I thought I would. I didn't expect myself to recover so fucking fast. I didn't think that, like, you know, me sitting here and you know, after yesterday kind of being like a day where I still needed to process things, I'm actually kind of surprised at how I feel. Like, holy shit. Huh. Yes, you get extra. Do you get extra piggies? No, you do not, Lena. You do not get extra piggies, bitch. Anyways, chat. You know, we're at that 5-hour mark, and unfortunately, we still don't have a way of rating. So, Jesus Christ. You know what? This is how it's gonna be. You're gonna yeet me. Well, you know what, bitch? Fine. Have it your way. Anyways, if you want to go and be a part of the Discord community, where we do our weekly community nights and everything, where we hang out and do shit, you know? It really does make time fly. It was a lot of fun. But it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys. If you want to join the Discord, make sure you do that where you get constant updates on things. Weekly community nights, as well as being able to give feedback and just have fun and interact with each other. Anyways, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you, chat. I've been having a lot of fun. I'm kind of stuck up here in the ceiling, and it's kind of cold and dark and creepy. Oh, God. Is that a corner where the mods go and deposit all of their fecal matter? Oh, God, is that another corner where the mods freaking are depositing all of their cum? Oh, shit. Oh, God. I really need to take better care of my mods up here in this attic. Well, shit. Anyways, bye.